Okay, who shot Skippy?
Not guilty.
Okay.
I know, but for some reason I've got it playing through on my where I shouldn't have it playing through.
Oh. Okay.
Painful.
Wait a minute. I've got to go and do something before I start.
Can they hear us?
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah, they can hear us at the moment. I think they can. Yeah. Wait a minute.
Hurry up.
Wait a minute. I've
Hurry
just
up,
got to
there's a-
finish doing what I'm doing. I'll be there in a minute.
My legs crossed. Random fact: MasterChef Australia starts tonight. Woohoo! Yes. I'll get my VPN sorted out again. Point left. Oh. You finished, Terry. You're shaking. What's your hand?
Yeah, I'm finished now. Oh, was my mic open? I'm sorry.
Let me in. I need to go.
Oh, the Naked Gun one with the fart. What was that one? I'm trying to remember that one now. Oh,
That's
no,
why
I'm
the
thinking
Queen was
I'm
in it.
thinking of the beans off Blazing Salads, not salads, saddles.
The naked thingy jiggery one. That was when the Queen was talking and he went to the Louis mic on.
Hmm. Okay, what do we got here?
The naughty Pip.
I'll go and check.
Get on you, mate.
I'll go and check the thing and see what Peter's dropped.
Bongo likes beans from Blazing Saddles, yeah.
Yeah, the beans one. Yeah, where they're sitting around the campfire.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bongo like beans.
You got two there, Peter. Is that two? Did you drop two by accident, or are they different?
It's not
Oh, they're two different ones.
Yes, rocket scientist, that is my arse.
Yeah.
They're two different
All right,
ones.
Terry.
Yeah,
So
wait a
that's.
minute. Yeah, wait till I grab them, and then you can explain.
I was just going to explain. So the first one's. The first one's when he made his first mistake.
Sleeping
the
Warrior
second
proves
one,
that Moonlight is cooling shade is warmer than Moonlight. That's the first one.
yeah, and then the second one was like kind of like his retraction type kind of video.
Hmm.
Um, but it wasn't really a retraction. He said that he'd made a mistake.
Hmm.
But he didn't post that until after Sean posted his 2 videos, which I'm just getting now.
Yeah, okay, so we've got to play them in sequence then, don't we?
Yeah, so
Yeah. So the first one we play with Sleeping Warrior, then we'll play Sean's one, and then we'll
okay,
play. Okay.
so the one of Sean's is one that you need to play in between the 2
Yep.
Riley videos.
Okie dokie. Sort that up. Move that over. Okay. That's about it. Has anyone else done anything?
No, there's one more to come up yet.
Oh.
There's
Okay, so this is a
one more.
saga, this
So-
one.
However,
Hmm.
it does go for a while. Okay, so you won't want to watch all of this.
Okay, and who did this one?
Sean again.
It was the live stream, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a live stream.
Yeah.
His last night out this morning.
Okay, so he did this one after.
After Riley made his final one about it all.
Okay. So I'll bring that up. We'll just cherry pick that one to find the bit we need. It looks like it goes right through the whole thing. Yeah. So we'll probably just have to. Okay, we'll work that out. What are you doing up? What are you up to, Phil? Are you available or
Got a class, he said. No, he's got a class.
are you busy? It's a public holiday today.
Not for
no public.
university
No,
students,
he said no
apparently.
public holiday for uni students. Oh no.
It's Easter Monday.
Yeah, I know, but he said there's no break for them today. He said he's doing some online stuff at the moment. Oh dear, no break for these uni students. But does Riley, is this the first time Riley's done anything at all to do with stuff, to do with Moonlight, or is this...
No, it's been an
No.
ongoing thing, Terry.
Hmm.
But this is the first time where it shows pretty convincingly that he knows exactly where he's misrepresenting the truth, shall we say. I don't want to
Okay.
call him that other word, but we all know what I'm talking about.
What, you mean the word that begins with L?
Yes, a lack of
And then-
honesty.
Yeah, but he's saying this
Has an
video
A.
has been superseded. I mean, this video has been refined, built on, added to. So this one must have a bits that he's already did, and he's just grouped it all together with just re-edited.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the first one I gave you, is it, Terry?
The first one says Sleeping Warrior proves that Moonlight is cooling shade and is warmer than Moonlight.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first one we did.
Yep.
No, okay, well, what? Oh. The old fart's coming in. I've got to wait for him.
The old fart. Who's the old fart?
Yeah, Zoom strikes again.
Morning, Blue.
All right. Good morning. Let's try it one more time.
Oh, don't look. Don't look, everybody.
That's not who I was expecting.
Oh, I just put in a date. Chris said the link I posted is for images. Can you grab that? Put that in, this is kind of cool. Gov content from Chris. He said it's for images from Hubble. Okay, we'll have a look at them in a minute.
Just put in a date. Cool.
Oh, we'll have a look at that after. Are you right, Peter, or do you want me to grab it? I'll just open it in a new link. I'll move it up a bit. Oh, okay. What did Subtle see on your birthday? Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Oh, well, we'll go through our birthdays and have a look. Okay. I'll just wait for Blue. I was first yesterday, no? When were you first yesterday, Loon? No, it's somebody else. Farmer.
The other old fart.
The other old fart.
Yeah.
Who's an old
The other
fart?
old fart who's now joined us in his 50s.
Yeah.
I'm not an old fart.
You're a KOS. That's what you are, farmers. You're a KOS now. There's no getting away from it.
KOS.
Yeah. Knackered old shit.
Yeah, fair enough. I won't argue against that.
He should be knackered from the last couple of times I've seen him over on Sean's or Jose's hangout arguing with those yeah.
I stand by my closing statement yesterday. That is the biggest, most genuine laugh I've ever had. The start of Jose's stream yesterday was just so funny. That was absolute priceless moment. And you know when Fleurs laugh, they do that embarrassed laugh as if to cover the fact, oh dear, I've been caught out. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
And then there's a genuine, oh my god, that is so funny laugh.
Was that the one where let's see, Montreal rage quit?
Oh no! Yesterday, we Jose kept saying to him, "Look, do your homework. You keep saying that that our model states you have to have gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum." So he said, "I found the evidence of this," and he brought up Mick West's Metabunk website where he's explaining how atmospheric pressure works due to gravity. Right at the start of that whole thing that Mick West has written, there's a little diagram, there's a pretty little cartoon that shows pressure and then vacuum. And that was his undeniable proof that we have pressure next to a vacuum. And it's like, have you actually read the article explaining how atmospheric pressure is due to gravity? Which has been our argument all along. And no, he wasn't having it. There was his proof that he said he would find that we state that we have pressure next to a vacuum. It was just like, are you for real? Yeah, he was. We would have thought it was a wind up to begin with, but no, he stuck to his guns. This is my homework. Here's a picture saying, and we sort of, we even read the sentences in between the pictures that Mick West put up there, explaining how atmospheric pressure is due to gravity. And it's like, no, you asked me for proof. There's proof. Thank you very much. I'm done. You've lost. Priceless. But yeah, the rage quit the other day as well. That was something to behold. It's nothing if not entertaining over there.
Oh, we're going to investigate Riley's Moonlight problem.
We'll call it an embarrassing situation that he realised how wrong he was.
Is this why he? I watched some of who did a video on it yesterday? Sean Hufford.
Sean.
Sean Hufford.
Yeah, I've got that here ready to go to. I'm doing it all in sequence. This is his video.
Yeah, because Riley put out a video. Then I think somebody realised what he'd done. Then I think he retracted that and put out another one. Yeah, I was having trouble keeping up with it.
Yeah. So we're going to watch it all back to back as it happened.
Cool.
Yeah. The sequences of events.
Cool.
So that's how many is there? One. That one. Then Sean Hufford. Then Sleeping Warrior. That one. How did I get two? How did I end up with two?
That's right enough.
That's right, because Sean put out a teaser, didn't he?
Oh
It's
yeah.
Sleeping Warrior Sean,
okay.
Sleeping Warrior
I was,
Sean.
yeah, I was trying to work out what I was doing here. Okay. What was his dependent? I missed the.
Right.
Ah. Independent is block or permit Moonlight to pass through an opaque card, but dependent variable, temperature change. I'm trying
What
to work
did I
out
say?
what his, I'm
Black
trying to work
painted
out his
steel.
logic with independent and dependent variable.
Oh.
That's
Yeah,
confusing.
good luck with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even try, Terry. We all know how independently dependent Miley is.
Yeah.
Oh, did I say Lily? I meant Riley.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, you were right the first time.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, wasn't I?
Right. So, as you can see, I've got a shoebox lid, and in the shoebox lid I've cut out 3 holes to create a triangle unique shape. And the idea is to prove that the moonlight that's passing through it from behind,
Those triangles
is
got
gonna
equal
pass through
sides.
there, create a triangle shape on the back plate,
Dunno,
which is
how
checker
many-
plate,
what are
painted
the-
black. It's 1/4 inch thick
angles?
steel for lifting motorbikes up. It's thick, it's got a resistance
get an
against
angle
light
calculator.
and temperature. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to show on here, as you can see.
Is it metal or aluminium?
You can see the
Steel.
the 3 thingies there.
Yeah.
Temperature, this thing's about 7.3 degrees. Go to the checker plate, and there you see, on the back plate there, you can see that is specifically colder. So the outside of it is 8 degrees. It's been outside for about 20 minutes, half an hour. I move to this bit here. 7 degrees. Move off it, 7.6 degrees. 6.6 degrees. It's clearly
Yes, John Rapp, you probably did use an anemometer to measure the
moonlight passing through them
temperature.
triangle is evidently cooler.
I thought he used his stopwatch. It's going up. Have a look. I can see it. It's going up.
Right, take 2. So, speaking to my peers, and my peers have said,
No, the stopwatch.
and what I need to do is I need to have this edge on the right. I don't want to touch it, and I don't want to get too close to it. But this right hand side of the edge needs to be exposed directly to the moonlight to give me a baseline.
Just
The
have it.
See the
illuminated
baseline
of the
coming in
panel
at 8.5.
is showing
And then if I move,
is
hopefully this is going to show that the bit.
it's going to be reflecting some
Yeah.
more infrared
Now,
because there's
Celsius.
because there will be infrared
And
coming
if I
from the
can get
moon.
into one of these
Yeah.
So it looks
circles,
brighter.
Hang on, Alan.
We need
Alan,
to listen to
Alan,
what
you're
he's
missing an
saying.
important. You're missing an important bit at the moment, Alan.
What's that?
You're actually missing what he's saying, which is very important.
Sorry, I'm.
And also he's got
and now
an.
it's darker.
And also the other fact is he's got an external light source as well, so he's not actually in moonlight.
There's quite a few factors here that you need to be aware of.
Well, that's one.
Number 1, it's a steel plate. Number 2, he's painted it black with high gloss paint. Right. Not only that, but the angle of the angle that he's got it on is reflecting the building on the other side in comparison to the camera that he's using.
Yeah.
There's
What-
quite a factor. There's
what-
quite a few factors, but if you have a look at the shadow,
Why in that
particular-
shot have we got 4 dots that appear to be hotter, and in another shot we've got 3 dots that appear to be hotter, and in the next shot they seem to be darker. I'm pretty sure he's getting really.
it's because
Just-
it automatically adjusts, Alan. It's
Yeah,
one
no,
of
but
the-
what I'm saying is, in the still we see there, the 3 illuminated bits would appear to be hotter than the rest of the plate, and then a bit further on, they're darker, so they would be colder than the rest of the plate. And yeah, I appreciate that it auto exposes and changes what the actual temperature is. I was talking about the relative temperatures between the 3 dots and the rest of the plate. So it's got to be down to the angle it's looking at and whether or not it's seeing some reflected infrared.
So if you had have listened to him at the start, it's all about the light or the moonlight coming through those 3 dots at the front.
Yeah.
That's all it's about. But if you have a look where he turns around and says, "Well, there's this shadow on the side," just have a look how much.
He hasn't said that.
Yeah,
yet.
he did, but Alan was speaking over it.
Yeah, I rewound.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, have a look how
apologise.
much. No, that's all right, Alan. Just have a look how much that shadow moves as he moves the camera. And if it was from the light of the moon, that shadow wouldn't be moving because the moon wouldn't be moving that quickly.
He shouldn't have, and where he's got this external light source, he should have been doing this in the dark, without external light.
Edge on the right. I don't want to touch it, and I don't want to get too close to it. But this right-hand side of the edge needs to be exposed directly to the moonlight to give me a baseline. So as we can see, the baseline's coming in at 8.5, and then if I move, hopefully this is going to show that the bit that's here around this side is 9.2 degrees Celsius, and then if I can get it into one of these circles, 8.3, 8.4, 8. Looks like it's. Turn that light off. It's so difficult to get in there, right? So it looks like it's about 8.4, and then compare that to there, which is also 8.4, 8.5, and you can clearly see that the shade that's being cast by the box is 9.2, and there's the triangle. So I'm going to confirm that moonlight is colder than shade. You're looking at the proof. So look at how I've done it. I've got a shoebox lid with a spacer, so that there's no way that there's any heat being exposed from the shoebox lid. Shoebox lid is about 8 degrees. So this side of the thing is also, the moon's moving around, you see, because the moon's moving, it's casting a shadow on the edge there now. So I'm losing it. Oh, it's still there. .6. Yeah, so I'm losing it because the moon's moving. Well, there's no doubts about it. My setup here shows that if I allow the moonlight to pass through them 3 holes in the shape of a triangle, what do you know? There is the cooling effect of the moon. And I've got sufficient proximity differential between the two. There's no way any radiated. I wonder if I can do it from behind.
Just pause it there. Just
Right
go back
back.
half a second. Yeah, just go back half a second there, Terry. That's the volume you're adjusting.
Press the arrow key, it should take it back.
Between the holes in the shape of a triangle.
Let it pause once you can see the building in the background.
What do you know? There is the cooling.
Because it'll become important later on.
And I've got sufficient proximity differential between the two. There's no way any radiation.
See how? Yep, right there. See how across the patio there, you've got all of that that heat source, shall we call it, that IR source.
Yeah, there's a lot of IR over there, isn't there?
Yeah, so that will become somewhat important later on.
Did it jump up a bit? I'm trying to read the numbers. Yeah. I thought I seen the number go up.
Possibly would, but it wouldn't have gone up a heck of a lot anyway. I think it went up a degree or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know how sensitive these
Oh.
Yeah, it only went to 8 or 9. It probably wouldn't have detected it that far away.
Well, it will, and that's why it's a different color.
Yeah.
But you've got to understand that it not only automatically adjusts its exposure, but with that, it fits that exposure over the top of its full range. So it will make the coldest thing in that photo one color and the hottest thing the brighter color, or the opposite color. So not only does it self-expose, but it also self-calibrates every time that it's looking at a new surface.
Yeah. And remember, it's only reliable for measuring temperature if you are looking at an emissive surface.
Which, for those that don't understand, is a non-reflective, something that's not going to show up a reflection of, like the infrared, in particularly like glass, steel, or any other flat surface.
Yeah, you can't use it for measuring temperature of metals, particularly because they just they reflect all the IR falling on them. I mean, we know that to do this experiment correctly, you need to be using thermocouples.
Yeah. So
Wally did it perfectly, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Wally's experiment was perfect.
That's right, Alan.
Set of thermocouples.
So this had been an ongoing thing anyway, Terry, and so
Does that say
this was
4
meant
or
to be
14?
14.
14.
14.6 something.
So, but that would be the heat coming from the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see that at least those houses have got fairly decent thermal insulation in the roof.
Yeah. So after this, like I said before, was an ongoing thing. He started off with meat thermometers, for crying out loud, and he's got to this point. He's got to this point now. He had been having a back and forth with Sean Hufford and Slice Barcane and Astronomy Live, and
Wally got in on it.
Wally got in on it. There was but Wally kind of stopped. Wally kind of stopped following it because he realised what Riley was doing, and then he released this one. So Sean released that that other video that I gave you, Terry. That first one of Sean's. Now it's only short.
You right, Pip?
Are you good, Pip?
She's right now.
There we go.
Well, Anthony, I'm very proud that you decided to take the time to do your cold moonlight test after 4 months. But I have to warn you, you kind of exposed yourself. There's something that you might have forgotten about, or you didn't. But I'm going to guess, based on the way you cut your video, you didn't. So, thanks to your video, I get to prove how much of a fraud you are. Because you forgot something very simple.
And was there something in that image that we were supposed to see?
I know exactly what it is that is in that image.
Well,
that image itself.
What you don't see.
Yeah. No, well, it's more of a point. Just pause it for a minute, Terry. Yeah. Sean's actually taking that image as a reflection in the car. So he's taking the recording from inside the car, pointing the camera, which you can see right where it is at the moment on the far left-hand side of the screen, recording the two of them sitting in the car off the window, because the window being glass is reflecting all the infrared light.
Yeah. Because it's a reflective surface.
So he gave the old Sleeping Warrior half a chance there to.
Yeah, because I just realised that explains the very poor quality of the, with the quality of the image, with the low contrast.
And if you watch, he actually moves the camera that he's recording it on. Right, so that lump that you can see on the right-hand side of the iPad there, that's the infrared camera plugged into the iPad.
Yeah.
So he tried to give Riley a bit of a hint to fix the video, if you know, because Sean's always a fair player when it comes to this type of stuff. Gives them half a chance to hang themselves, but we'll point out that they've stuffed up.
Yeah, I initially thought he was holding up a piece of glass that was transparent, invisible, and
yeah, no, that's the actual iPad.
Just reflecting everything that was outside back.
Yeah, no, the whole image that you see there is a reflected image.
Fair enough. I mean, it's the same effect, isn't it?
Exactly.
So he's got his window up in the car, and he's just filming the reflection of him and the driver
in the window.
In the door window, Terry.
Yeah, he's the passenger, and he's because there's not left-hand drive over, it's right-hand drive over there. I mean left-hand drive.
Yes.
Sorry.
So it is left-hand drive. However, you've got to remember that this image is mirror reversed because it's a reflection off the window. So
that's why we can see his iPad like that and everything, because it's only reflecting what. Yeah.
So then after this, our mate sleeping.
So he's got he's got one of those cameras in the top of the iPad that's filming it.
No, Terry, move the pointer to the right-hand side of the screen. Stop too far, back a little bit. Right there, that's plugged into the iPad. That's like a little camera that plugs into the iPad that gives it the ability to see infrared. So you can see the outline of the iPad. It's a nice rectangle. And there's that lump at the end. Yeah, that lump there. That's the actual camera. You can see it there really well, actually, where you've moved it to now. See how it's sitting right on JC's chest where it was? Or there? You see it in green?
I can see his hands.
Yeah, well, just above his hand. And there's that lump right there. Right there, that lump.
So what's the camera then? Is that the actual camera?
So it plugs into the US. It plugs into the USB socket.
That we're seeing this image.
That's the iPad. That's the iPad he's recording it on.
Yeah, so the iPad's got a camera. That's not the image where we're seeing the image like we've seen on Riley did on his video. Yep. It actually fed through. You could record that image.
Yeah. That camera. That's the camera. That's the infrared camera plugged into the iPad. That's actually recording what we're seeing, Terry.
Right.
Yeah. It's amazing how it changes from green to blue almost instantaneously, isn't it?
So from this, Terry, if you go on to Riley's second video.
I don't know. Yous are all getting it, but I'm not. So we'll just keep going then.
Oh, you sure? We'll have another go.
What's got you confused, Terry?
The whole lot. I understand that there's different colours for different spectrums of heat or whatever. The colour.
The colour means nothing. Oh. Just okay. So those colours will change automatically.
It might take too much to explain it all.
No. If you look at it from this point of view, that those iPads actually
would it be better to go back to Riley's one and explain it?
Terry,
no.
Can I just say something to Terry here, Peter? Terry, what you got to think of is that whenever you're looking at this picture, all it shows you in the image is relative temperature. Red is hotter, blue is colder, green is in the middle. Okay.
If
So,
if,
and to work out as things move around, the camera's constantly adjusting to make the hottest bit of the image as bright as possible and the coldest bit of the image as dark as possible.
and if you look at the window of the car as nothing more than a mirror, so he could be doing this in front of a mirror, and if you could see it in just a normal camera, it would look the same. So it's like him holding the iPad up in front of a mirror recording this. And that's how you have that's how you need
But
to
was
look
that
at it.
meant to be the obvious part, that he was doing it off the
Yes.
reflective surface?
Exactly, so that Riley would
Yeah.
know that Sean knew that the temperature gradients that he was getting was a reflected source. That's why there was the two different temperature gradients there, because it wasn't boxed in. That he was getting a reflected heat source of infrared on that metal panel.
But it took it. I didn't realise straight away that they were in a car, so that part of it probably would have been the confusing part to figure it out, that they were in a car. That was the first part that was confusing.
Yes, but because Sleeping Warrior is being dishonest and he knows he is, he would have picked it up. And Sean kind of did it in such a way that only people that knew that what was going on would pick up what he was on about.
Yeah, it's the fact that you can use what is otherwise transparent to reflect infrared light. Yeah, I just thought it was a poor quality camera, and that he lifted a piece of glass up and reflected the cold from in front of them as he lifted it up in front. But like you say,
in Riley's image, the little cursor was aimed at a certain spot. Now, but we're seeing the cursor's not aimed in the centre of the screen when we're looking at them.
No,
That's
because you
correct.
can move it around. You can move the cursor around, and
Riley's wasn't moving
the cursor is calibrated for the temperature based on the wavelength of infrared that it gets. But the false colour image, because what you're seeing is what's termed a false colour image.
Okay, so Ball has told me to go out and do it again when there's no moon in the sky. There is no moon in the sky, and I do see the blue triangle, no moon. So I'm confused by this because I see a definite change in temperature, and it seems to be a reflection of the thing, the shoebox. So when I pick this out of the way, it instantly it's acting like a mirror.
Well done.
Now that's not a reflective material at all.
Right.
I can see the reflection of the shoebox.
Yeah. He's saying all the shoeboxes are reflective.
As a reflective material.
The plate of steel is crap.
Didn't he say it was black gloss
black.
paint?
Yes,
yes,
he used high gloss black paint.
It's the black.
Yeah. Make it as reflective
No
as possible.
reflectivity whatsoever. And the minute I put that in the way, I do indeed get the 3 dots.
Riley.
So it appears
Riley.
with no moon in the sky.
Quit pissing in the
that it's
fish tank,
reflecting
Riley.
some heat that doesn't even exist on this, and it's 8.5 that, and that's saying 9.2. But if I move this out of the way completely, $7.5, and now what that's reflecting is the balcony behind. I'm on a balcony, and that's reflecting the balcony behind, like off to my left. But it's pitch black to look at. That's incredible. Okay, I will concede that maybe Moonlight isn't as cold as I thought it might have been, and it is reflecting heat from... I don't even know where the heat's coming from, because it's... I mean, I'm saying it's 9.5.
Isn't you fool?
Yeah.
9.1. I don't know where the heat's coming from, because that's difficult for me to explain. I know, ballers will say it's thermal cooling, radiative cooling.
Oh, no. Oh my God.
That's bizarre. Okay, so I retract my previous moon video. Perhaps it wasn't as cooling as I thought it was. Back to the drawing board.
Oh, bless. Back to the drawing board. Yeah, Moonlight doesn't cool.
I just realised where I was getting confused earlier, based on the fact that I hadn't realised that as you were swinging the camera around, we were going from looking through the holes and seeing the hot ground behind the hot behind it.
Yeah.
And then looking at the reflection in the metal.
Yeah. I mean, basically what he did was his whole setup was putting that cardboard box in front of a mirror.
Yeah.
And
that's what he did.
The thing that he missed out on was to realistically do this in a more controlled manner. He would have needed to have that plate, preferably not metal, for starters, but inside the whole shoebox would have been fantastic with those holes, because then he wouldn't have had any other sources of infrared coming from any other direction.
Yeah.
Then when he removed the lid, there would have been, if he was correct, which he's not, those circles would have been left on the item that he had inside, like a negative of a photo being exposed to light. But in this case, it was apparently cold. So he would have had that instantaneous time when he removed it, and there still would have been those heat differences if he was correct.
I still want. I want to ask a much more fundamental question. How the hell does Riley think that photons arriving from the moon are going to suck energy out of something?
The heat flow has to go the other direction. Yeah, you're right. Heat has to actually flow from the surface of something to the frigging moon. How does that happen?
Yeah. Well, it just demonstrates that their fundamental failure to understand these concepts. And they just see some other muppet making a claim and think, oh yeah, I'll go with that.
It simply demonstrates that the illiterate twats like Riley have no business even talking about this stuff, much less trying to do any of it.
Well, I do like that they always quote the first and second law of thermodynamics and all of that type of stuff. Yet he can't even understand the concept that if there's light coming from something, that is energy.
It's an energy input.
Yeah, it's an energy input. So that's not going to drop the temperature. You have to take the energy out of something to drop the temperature.
And it wouldn't form a nice definite circle like that. It would form a gradient from the rest of the object.
Yeah.
Well, good friggin' luck. Was that aluminum that he painted?
I
No,
believe
it
it
was
was. I believe it was a steel plate that he'd painted with high gloss black paint spray aerosol can.
Quarter-inch thick steel.
Yeah. Although I thought I heard a checker
Quarter-inch.
plate. And
Say it again, Pip.
It was 1/4-inch thick steel plate he painted with gloss paint.
All right, so this moron took 6mm steel, painted it with high gloss paint, and thinks he can get those little defined circles of
demonstrating.
yeah. He has absolutely no clue. There is no way on God's green earth that you could cause that to happen on that piece of steel.
You couldn't even
Not
have it
possibly happen.
You couldn't even do it the other way around and heat 3 spots like that.
That's what I'm saying. If I wanted to, I could not come up with any way that I could make that steel heat up that way. It's not possible.
But I'd like to point out that I don't even think that it was steel plate. I think he even got that wrong.
I think at one point he said it was checker plate.
That's what he said.
Checker steel checker plate. That's what he said it was, Alan. Yeah. You're totally right.
And most of the checker plate that I've seen for sale in the UK isn't steel; it's aluminium.
No.
Well, you can get steel checker plate, and you can get 6mm thick steel checker plate.
That's
However, and they use it on things like stairs and
prefabricated plant rooms.
Yeah.
I used to design
what?
Walkways.
Plant rooms, yeah.
Yeah, walkways and all.
It is walk surface. That's what it's for.
Yeah, that's what the floor of our plant rooms used to be made of. Steel checker plate.
However,
my error.
When he tapped it with his frame that he'd made up for his shoebox lid, it didn't ring like steel. It sounded more like aluminium than steel. Steel's got a completely different ring to it than aluminium. You know,
well, I wouldn't put it past him that he doesn't know the difference between aluminium and steel.
Aluminum would simply make it worse.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Farmers. He probably doesn't know the difference.
No, I bet he doesn't know the difference. If you put steel,
but he definitely typed in 1/4-inch steel. That's what.
No, he said it was steel checker plate, but there's no guarantee it actually was.
Yeah, because look, I'm no expert, but I've dealt with both aluminium and steel in construction, and you bang aluminium, and it sounds completely different to banging the same size piece of steel.
Oh, good, yeah.
You know, aluminium's got that. It loses its ring very quickly, where steel will hold its ring.
Yes. Yeah, I think that basically comes down to the density of the material. Steel is a lot denser than aluminium.
Yes.
But yeah, we used to use steel checker plate. Probably about that same thickness. We used to get them in sheets, 2.5 by 1.5 meters. And welded together on top of the frame is what made the floor of our plant rooms.
Yeah, 6mm checker plate is common. Yeah. I've probably only used a couple 100 tons of it in my life.
Well, I hate to think how many tons we got through, because that was our standard plant room floor, because it's got that sort of raised
resilience
anti-slip finish on it. Yeah.
And you see in the chat, checker plate, diamond plate's all the same thing. That's just two different names for the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to say that my experience has mostly been automotive and lightweight stuff. So yeah, that's probably why I always associate checker plate being aluminium.
It's simply not. It's simply a non-skid surface. You use it for a walk surface normally. But it looks kind of cool, and people started making, toolboxes for the back of their truck out of aluminum, diamond plate and checker plate. Okay.
Well,
because it is kind of cool looking.
There's actually a good reason why toolbox going into a back of a truck, for example, into a back of a pickup or a ute body, why you make it out of checker plate.
Because it
And-
looks cool.
Well, not only that, but if you need to drag it from the headboard of the truck to the tailgate, because it's got less surface area actually touching the deck, it will slide across that tray surface quite nicely.
Careful there, cowboy.
No, he said deck.
Careful.
I did say deck.
Yeah,
didn't I?
it's got less surface area and more load per area.
Yeah.
Those things cancel out. It really doesn't help you.
But the theory's fine.
Yeah.
But yes, it really wouldn't surprise me if he said, "Oh, this is steel checker plate," and it turned out to be aluminium.
When he knocked it, it just had that different ring to it for my ears, and that's all.
But ultimately, because he covered it in gloss paint, he basically made himself a mirror.
Regardless of what it is, whether it's aluminum or magnesium or steel or stainless or ink, I don't care what you make it out of. It's metal.
Yeah.
And you cannot selectively heat little areas of metal like that. The thermal conductivity of metal is very good. Even bad metal is good. Aluminum is quite good. That's what we make heat sinks out of.
Yeah.
Steel's not as good.
And that's one of the reasons why you don't hold a piece of metal at one corner while you're welding at the other corner, because that heat transfer will make it to your other hand that's holding the steel.
Yeah.
You will get burnt.
Yep. Don't hold the cold in and dunk the hot in some water. It'll chase the heat right up the right.
Yep.
Right, Andreas. 1/4 inches, 6.1 millimeters. We just call it 6 millimeters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's face it, 1/4 inch is nominal anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. For construction purposes, it's typically either 4 millimeter, which is 3/16, or 6 millimeter, which is 1/4 inch.
Yeah, we use 6 millimeter because invariably it was having heavy items of plant sat on top of it as well.
Yeah, well, you don't have to put the stiffeners as close.
That's it.
1/4 inch.
Did you want to put on the last video there, Terry? Or?
Oh, come on, Squeak, make your mind up. Desk or windowsill?
I think she just wants to talk with us, doesn't she?
I think so. I know what she just wants a bit of fuss, don't you, girl? Hey, yeah. Oh, got that bloody hair everywhere. Thank you.
Well, once again, Riley just manages to prove that he has no idea about anything to do with instrumentation or measurements. And frankly, if you're trying to use one of these IR devices to do this particular test, you're an idiot. That is not what this is for. This shit is these IR cameras are designed to help you find your dog in the bushes, not to measure the damn temperature of a sheet of steel, for God's sakes.
Or find a hot spot on a circuit board.
Yeah, they're good for that. The temperature indication they give you is relative, and it carries no particular degree of accuracy one way or the other. The picture is all you're looking at, all you're looking for, just to see what's hotter and what's colder. The actual temperatures could be all over the place. If you want to do this, get a damn thermocouple.
Yeah. Well, I think Wally's experiment with, what did you use? 6 thermocouples?
Yeah, something like that.
Tied together that were set up so that as the moon moved, they were exposed sequentially to the moonlight.
Yep.
Terry, are you back yet?
I was muted then. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No, you're all right.
I'm surprised Riley's not trying to use it to measure density.
But it's all right, Blue, because that number means nothing.
It's just a number. That's right. Could be unicorn farts, right?
Yeah.
Just a number. Riley's a moron.
Oh yeah, without doubt.
Well, hello everybody. How y'all doing today?
Now, don't deflect, Sean. I'm telling you, Revlon is much better than Suave, man.
Oh my god. Well, obviously with me I have so far two people. I have Slice of Arcane, because he's done a lot of work with thermal cameras as well. And yes, this will be a thermal camera related hangout. For obvious reasons, for people who actually still follow Anthony Liley. And yes, I'm going to reassert the Liley in this today because he's earned it yet again. And then I have, of course, Cy Strikling, who's on camera with all of the cats.
Because cats are thermal too.
Yes.
And Sly's being pedantic today because he's got the thermal camera going with his webcam pointed at his phone, so he can be on camera in thermal.
And you guys say I never show my face.
So I was actually working on making a video over the last few days, and Anthony found out about it. Wasn't hard. I was bragging about it. I even made a preview of what was going to be happening, showing exactly what he did to fake results. So in order to save face and not be shown to be a fraud, he decided to release not a retraction. Got to be careful with this because words have meaning, Anthony. Not a retraction, not a correction, not something to admit he was wrong, but a revision that is 180 degrees from his initial claim. So, here we are. What was his initial cold moonlight test intentionally deceptive, or was it not intentionally deceptive? What do you think, Sly?
I think Riley's full of shit.
Well, that's a given.
I'm sorry, that wasn't descriptive enough. I think Riley is 100% full of shit.
But that's not answering the question. Do you think that he was intentionally lying to his audience, or was he just stupid?
I'm going to say it like this. When I did my first thermal video, I screwed up not realizing the reflective properties of polished steel and in a thermal camera. For example, this, I just held this up a minute ago. I thought it was kind of cool. This is a soda can. I mean, I'm drinking out of this right now. The two blocks on the side here are actually my two monitors, one above the other, right in front of me. And then the warmer spot right next to it here, this is kind of really weird to align this here to the camera, is actually my cell phone, which is running the thermal camera, which you're watching right now. These are the reflective properties of anything that, reflects. And so I had screwed that up, and we had a long talk after that. And, seeing that Riley loves to critique my work, he had to have seen it. It was probably even in the chat. But Riley knows that steel reflects.
IR light, specifically.
Yeah, and especially, what did he say? Didn't he say it was polished steel with
it was
black paint on it?
It was a steel plate that was painted gloss black.
Yeah, so gloss alone, I'll tell you what. I don't know if I have anything around here that's painted gloss black right now. But what do you call it? The gloss paint is also going to reflect. So, and by the fact that he was making all kinds of stupid excuses like, oh, look at the moon moving around and stuff like that. That's why the dots are moving.
We're going to get to that, Sly, because in his retraction video, well, I'm sorry, his revision video, he acknowledges that, yes, it's a reflection of the sky, but he doesn't understand why the cardboard is warmer, looks warmer than the sky. Well, it's because the sky is colder than the cardboard.
On top of that, man, he doesn't realize that he's seeing the sky in his reflection.
Yeah, well, he does.
He's like, I don't know why the 3 holes are purple. Because you're looking through them in the reflection.
Right. You're looking through them at the sky. But he knows, he already knows this. And here's why he already knows this. As Sly was just pointing out, in his first video where he runs his test where he faked his results, when he moves the camera towards the back of the setup, he says that everything's shifting because the moon's moving in the sky. And then when he brings the camera back up to the front, he says, and now it's coming back. The moon doesn't zigzag. He knew from the get-go what he was doing, why he started his video at the angle he started it at, so he could get the results he wanted. He intentionally committed fraud to get his results.
Mm-hmm. And I think something that you pointed out to me offline, that's also why he cut his video as quickly as he did.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that the movement that he was making was showing that this was actually a reflection and not some kind of actual temperature on the steel plate. And as he was moving it around, you could see that, I mean, it moved just like a reflection, you know? I mean, it was just, you know, because of the angles that he was using the camera at, it was moving just like a reflection.
Well,
and then at one point, just as he's moving the camera far enough into one direction, he cuts the video.
We're going. Oh, didn't want to do that. I want to share a whole screen here because people are asking to see the video because they don't want to give Riley the satisfaction of a view. So we're going to share this whole screen for everybody. Of course, you guys
step away from my desk here for a moment. 1 second.
All right.
I mean, you can play it without me. I already saw it.
Oh, sorry. That's me in my video giving the hint that I knew what game he was playing and how he faked it.
That was pretty fucking clever, man.
Now, on the 10th, the same day that he released his video, or was it shortly after? It was the next morning, I think. But me and JC were in the Jeep, and when I knew what he did, I rolled the window up because glass is also very reflective to IR light. So I filmed this whole video, which is on my channel, April 10th. There's a thank you and a hint to a video response to Anthony Liley. The hint was, I filmed this with a reflection of the window, looking back at me and JC. And I give away the game at the end.
I guess, based on the way you cut your video.
When I put the iPad between me and the window, so you get the iPad that's recording the video in frame.
I thought that was cool as shit, man.
So he knew.
Even I didn't 100% catch it. I thought you were holding up something between you and the camera.
No, that's actually that's actually the iPad.
Or something like that.
That's actually the iPad with the thermal camera attached to the side of it.
That's so fucking cool.
Let me get up here to the end where you can actually see the camera a little bit. Yeah, this little knob right here, that's the thermal camera. This is the whole iPad. So I gave away that I knew exactly what he did to fake his results. And he's aware of this. This is why he had to release his second video to try to save face before my full video exposing him came out. But as far as Anthony's video here, this was his I was wrong video. This is his first video where he proves that moonlight is cooling and shade is warmer than moonlight. He repeats it twice because the first time he's just showing the external camera, and the second time through, he actually shows the thermal camera on the left. But just skipping through it, because I don't want to play his audio. No, I can just mute it.
I think I just damaged my camera.
What'd you do?
Well, I'm having a cigarette, and I was messing around holding this up here. And what do you call it? It seems to have left a spot.
That dress might be overheating. Let me get back to your screen real quick.
Well,
so
no,
see what's going
I
on.
totally agree, but see that this spot?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I was holding my cigarette. Like I'm not very close to it, but I was holding my cigarette there, trying to see if it, because my colors change frequently because I don't have the one that you can lock in. And what do you call it? Trying to see what it would do to the heat signature in my face, and yeah, for some reason, it looks like there's a burn spot to it now.
Is it clicking still? Your camera should have an audible click like every 2 seconds or so.
Yeah, I actually can't hear it. I haven't heard it the whole time.
Yeah, it's just not wiping the sensor clean. What it does is it recalibrates every 2 seconds or so, and it resets everything to
that
zero.
part I know, but it's just weird.
So go ahead and turn it off. Yeah, Rec Room not Rec Room, but Kristen just said, just turn it off for a couple of seconds, see if it like clears itself up.
Screw it. I'll just leave it on there for right now. I'll get it later. My battery's probably going to die on this thing before this hangout's over anyway.
But okay. Anyways, back to what we were doing. Riley's video, he forgot to have a control, which, yeah, we'll just laugh that one off. Take 2 with the control, supposedly. His control was just the second camera, I guess. But he starts out at these angles very specifically, because that's the only way he sees the 3 holes, because that's the only time they're ever actually on the plate, because that's the only time he's looking at the sky, through the holes. But what I noticed was, if you pay attention to how wide the band is next to here, you know, this cooler, air quotes, cooler section on the right, as he moves the camera around, you'll see that starts changing size. And when he moves the camera to the back, where he gets a much shallower angle, it outright falls off the edge. And then when he brings the camera back, he says, you know, it, of course, brings the cool band back. But during that, he's actually talking about how the moon is moving. We'll put the audio on.
It's so difficult to do, isn't it? Right, so it looks like it's about 8.4, and then compare that to there, which is also 8.4, 8.5, and you can clearly see that the shade.
So you still got a wide band here.
By the box is 9.2, and there's the triangle. So I'm going to confirm that Moonlight is colder than shade.
Yeah, no, you're still wrong.
No, the sky is colder than your cardboard.
Yes.
Shoebox.
See, now I got thin.
And now he's moved the camera farther to the right.
There's any heat being exposed.
And now the band is completely gone. And also the dots are completely gone. Because he's no longer looking at blank sky at the angle he's looking at.
From the shoebox lid. Shoebox lid is about 8
now the dots were back.
So this side of the thing is also the moon's moving around, you see, because the moon.
Yeah, see, the moon's moving around, you see.
It's moving, it's great, it's casting a shadow on the edge there now. So I'm losing it. Oh, it's still there.
Yeah, see? So I'm losing it. Oh, it's still there.
9.6. Yeah, so I'm losing it though because the moon's moving. Well, there's no doubts about it. My setup here shows that if I allow the moon.
Yeah. For the moon to move that much in that short a time, it would have to cover, you know, about 10 degrees in the sky in about, 3 seconds. He knew it was a reflection.
Put the camera back on me.
Just a second. Okay.
All right. That's not me. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. So I was gonna say I don't look like that. This is my Samsung tablet. I'm holding it now between my face and the camera. Now these 2 boxes are I'm trying to reflect it as best as I can. These 2 boxes. Oh come on. There we go. I'm watching my camera and then I'm watching the live stream, and that's why it's not working. Are my monitors. I have a larger monitor and a smaller monitor, one right above each other, reflecting off a smooth surface. If you have this painted gloss black, it's going to be like that. Now, if I turn it like this, that's my balcony door. And it's a little bit cooler outside. Not tremendously cool, but definitely cooler outside than it is in here. You can even see a little bit of detail of houses below that. You see some rooftops and shit like that. So, Riley? Oh, wait. I wonder what it would look like if I go like this. That is the backside of my Galaxy S5 in a cell phone clip, camera clip. And then on this side where my finger is,
That's your camera.
Is actually the camera itself. So this is how things reflect, Riley. Remember how we had that long discussion about the blue line and how things reflect? Guess what? Heat reflects too. See that? Wow. Let me go see if I can find something painted gloss black.
And just to reiterate, to address your revision video, Riley, that your cardboard, again, the reason why it shows as being hot is because the sky behind it is much colder. It's not emitting infrared light. It's got some scatter, but it's nowhere near the amount of infrared light that your cardboard was throwing off. You're an idiot.
Oh, wow. This is a piece of transparent plastic.
Yep.
Hello there. Transparent plastic with plastic shielding on it. You know, that coating that you put on there that you peel off. I wonder what happened if I peeled off a corner, what the difference in the appearance would look like. Hold on. I mean, this is just you know, foil plastic. Let's see how much more I can get off of it. Not much more, but this is just plastic. It's acrylic plastic. So I'll bet your gloss black painted smooth steel is probably a little bit more shiny than this. See how that? Remember when we used to play peekaboo?
Astronomy Live, you're in the chat. I actually sent you a DM on Twitter with a link to join if you wanted to, since you've been dealing with this stuff too.
If you sent it on Twitter, he probably didn't get it.
Let me check.
Twitter DMs are broke.
No, I don't have anything painted gloss black, unfortunately.
Well, fortunately, I did while I was at work. We'll just share this.
Oh my God! Hold on. This isn't even gloss. This is the back side of my tablet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sharing you right now.
Oops. This is the back side of my tablet. You know, it's a matte finish.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing both of my monitors. And I'll bet you we're going to get the camera in the S5 again. Okay, not as defined, but this is matte finish.
Yeah, even matte finish will reflect some.
Let's see if I can get my my outdoor there. Yeah, there's my balcony door.
I mean, hell, you turn your TV off and point your thermal camera at it, you see it's a mirror. Once it cools down.
If you guys are getting sick of all these things that I'm showing, I'm just being a dick. That's all.
So you guys aren't seeing this because, well, you should be seeing it. But the live stream's seeing this full time. But this was me at work with the Seek thermal camera on my iPad. And I go over to a stove which has
Here you go, Anthony.
gloss painted steel. Painted black.
Gloss black steel. Painted gloss black steel.
Also notice,
Waving my hand.
filmed on the 10th.
Watch this. Oh, look.
I'm wiggling my fingers. And my hand is actually up here. Thank you. So yes, Riley, I've actually dealt with your reflection stuff before your retraction video. Hi, Astronomy Live.
Hey.
How you doing?
Man?
Good. Sorry.
Do you have a thermal webcam?
Not really. I actually have a bunch of them at work, but they're for work. They're not personal use. But I'm tempted to get one. I mean, the ones I have at work are very, very low resolution. We just use them to monitor motion. We're not really using them to, resolve objects. So they're like 8 pixel by 8 pixel arrays, and I could get one of those for like $30. But
I'm just playing because I have my webcam pointed at my cell phone.
I see. Well, it's a good point, because I do want to eventually get a thermal imager through the telescope where it's not just an array. As far as Riley is concerned, we know he's seen my video. He showed part of it deceptively, only showing the part that I didn't do myself, the part that I was debunking, and attributed it to me. But
Really?
That's what's reflecting in his plate.
I've seen this with other cold moonlight videos too, where they'll put it in like the shade of a building and they'll shine it and on a piece of metal. And guess what? The metal is showing actually the temperature of the shade or the object that's casting the shade, which is usually a building. Which
through them 3 holes.
Sorry. Let's wait till he goes back around to the back of it, because it shows real good right about. Yeah, you're seeing the reflection right here of this. That's what you're seeing, Gary. He knew it was reflections.
Not Gary, gently.
Oh, sorry, Gary, gently. So the temperature on the plate didn't rise. It was just reflecting other objects that are warmer. That's it. The dude's a fraud.
I mean, basically, I feel like myself and anyone else who informed him about how metal reflects infrared light before now, in the months that this is, how long has this been going on since he did my video up? That must have been months ago at this point. And ever since then, it's like we've been giving him the manual, the instruction manual for how to fraudulently do this. Telling him, here's what you do if you want to fake your results. Here's what will reflect temperature. Here's how you can make it look colder or warmer to your heart's content.
Well, here's the funny bit. With all the information that you, myself, and Sly have given him about how metal reflects IR light, for him to try to use that is begging to be called out.
I was the first one to screw it up.
Well, you screwed it up on your video, but when you had your little after show about it,
oh yeah, we cleared it all up. But still, I thought I was looking at something that I wasn't.
Well, because I had the information based on Thunderfoot using his thermal camera, where he talked about metal. He's the one that I learned about how metal reflects IR light. Is because he's done this, so I learned it from him. Mm-hmm. You hadn't seen those videos, but I have. So when I saw your video and saw that you were using steel balls, I was like, well, that's not going to work because they reflect infrared light. Mm-hmm. So that was cleared up same day, and you've not made that mistake again. But Riley used that to fake his results.
No.
All right, gang, I got to run here, but thanks for having me on, Sean.
See you later, Astronomy Live.
Have a happy Easter, everybody.
Take care, man.
Live, I'll let you know about the stuff that I make with your thing there.
Oh, yeah, do let me know. Any help with that? But,
people call your people, we'll do lunch.
And someone asked earlier if they missed the debunk. The debunk actually happened on the 10th, when I actually made my preview of the video. With this, if you go to my channel and say just go to the thing that says a thank you and a hint to video response to Anthony Liley, that's actually a debunk of what he was actually pulling off, because I actually used a window to reflect back to me that I was actually filming my reflection, and I actually moved the iPad in front of me while it was recording, so you can actually see the iPad in the reflection. So yeah, it was debunked without telling him he was debunked. It was just hinting at it. And he knew what it meant. That's why he had to make his video, his second one.
And for anybody who just joined, here's an additional debunk to this. The matte backside of my tablet, matte, I guess it's matte aluminum or matte steel, painted black, of course. And here I am reflecting my monitors, my 2 monitors on my desktop back to the camera. These are my 2 monitors. One right there. And then here's the other one right here. And then, of course, for the cooler stuff, back there is the door to my balcony, which is partially obscured by the monitors. And then, you know what? I'll bet you if I go like this, let's see if I can do this here. There's reflecting my face. Now, if I turn it over like this to the glass side, probably reflect a little better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, things you want to avoid with an IR camera: smooth surfaces. I mean, really smooth surfaces, like surfaces of water, glass, anything metal. Some plastics are very reflective. I actually have an IR video of me putting my feet inside of a foot bath where the water temperature is like, 5 to 10 degrees below my body temperature. As soon as I put my foot in the water, it disappears. I mean, as soon as it breaks the surface, it's gone. Mm-hmm. Because the surface is very reflective to IR light. And IR light doesn't pass through water very well at all. You want to use matte or flat surfaces, just not smooth ones.
No, guys, that's not the swing, man. The swing's in the other room. This is my hobby room.
As far as testing temperatures go, woods and plastics are very good. Well, certain kinds of plastics. PVC is really good for it because it's not really reflective to IR light, and it's got a very high emissivity. So, and since they don't transfer heat very well, they're very good insulators. If you get one spot hot or cold, it usually won't translate that heat outwards from the spot that's heated or cooled. Which is why when I do my thermal tests, I actually use a clipboard that's made of PVC plastic. Because as I demonstrated in our debate with my debate with Riley, if I use a laser pointer to heat up one little spot, that one little spot is the only thing that heats up for several minutes. And likewise, if I was to cool off one little spot, that one little spot would stay cold for several minutes. It wouldn't spread out.
Okay, and if you're going to use metal, then you have to have, I'm going to hit this metal with a lighter. If you're going to use metal, then it has to be a very great temperature difference.
Right, because it balances out very fast.
Well, it's not a matter of it balancing out very fast. It's just that you need enough heat coming off the thing to overcome the reflection that you're seeing off of other things.
Well, yes, it's got to be hotter than whatever is being reflected.
Mm-hmm. Much hotter.
But that's the specific reason why Anthony chose and stuck with using a steel plate, is because its reflective properties. He knew what he was doing. And he was just
used the cardboard box against a cardboard box.
I guess he was testing to see if we watched his videos or not. I've been waiting for him to do a cold moonlight test for 4 months. To specifications that he agreed to and then threw out when he did his test. And he finally did it. I saw that he did specific things to fake results that he wanted to try to push his narrative. So I know he will never do an actual moonlight test. Another thing he will never do, which he's outright stated he will never do, is simply point his FLIR at the moon.
Oh man, I asked him about that too, and his excuse was it's going to introduce too many variables.
Like the moon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can't get any more obvious than pointing it at the moon.
Okay, here's the thing, Riley. The reason why people are asking you to point your FLIR at the moon is because when you have an object in shade, while it can't see the moon, it's still getting hit by the rest of the sky. So if the moon is giving off heat and the sky is not, then the shade would still be colder. That's why people want you to look at the moon with your FLIR. And you're not going to do it because you know you're full of shit.
Riley, full of shit?
Mm-hmm. Shocker.
That don't sound right.
Yeah, Globermon pointed out that his video description says that this video supersedes, no, it refines my previous video. Yet he still didn't even take the other video down.
Yeah, no. And he's also kept the title the same, that he proves Cold Moonlight.
Mm-hmm.
Which most people that are flurfers don't ever actually watch videos. They just, well, even if they watch the video, they're not going to read the description.
Right.
Hell, they don't watch my videos. They just comment below it. Oh yeah, NASA makes all CGI. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm doing a video about water. Didn't need NASA for that.
Monochromatic light source, do it for him. I actually have several times.
I don't think he's doing much more about it on this video.
No, I think it pretty much covered what it was about. Rather than just filming a reflection.
I'm sorry I'm late. Did I miss anything important?
What, other than reconfirming yet again that Riley's a complete and utter idiot? No, not really.
Okay.
Complete and utter
You're still
idiot.
an idiot. You still don't understand that you can't have a pressurized system next to a vacuum.
Well, you see here, you've been elected Emperor of the Universe, which is what happens when you show up late to the meeting.
Yep.
So now you're responsible for all this shit, okay?
Okay. I'll own it. What am I going to do?
Well, you need to go and sort Riley out personally.
I can't go anywhere.
None of us can.
There is no aviation. It's gone.
No, you're stuck there, aren't you?
I am indeed. My flight back to London stopped running over a week ago.
Yep. It's a good excuse. It's a good excuse.
So Sean Hawkins actually mentioned a lot further up in the chat that there are specific types of glass that will allow infrared to go through. Standard window pane glass is not one of them.
No.
However, they the lenses that they use, particularly in like your infrared cameras and quite a few different photography cameras and stuff like that, will allow infrared light to go through.
Yeah, same as all the ones on military applications. They're always behind a sheet of glass.
Yeah.
Isn't cold light a violation of our understanding of physics?
Well, yes.
Yes.
But then so's Riley. Riley is a violation of physics.
He is. Yeah. That's right.
How can you input photons into something and have it remove energy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, Riley breaks several of the natural laws, I think.
Well, I'm not saying it's not true, but if it were, I mean, that'd be a Nobel Prize right there, wouldn't it?
Well, exactly.
Yeah, well, the Eustachian tubes in Riley's head prove that a vacuum can exist next to a pressure.
I love how Montreal told Professor Bell that he was full of shit.
Oh.
Don't
get
the high school dropout telling a physics professor that's not what he's talking about.
Well, this is the joke. They're all, because we've asked several of them now. Oh, did you do physics at school? And here's a surprise. Here's a fact that will come as no surprise to anybody, that all the flat earthers we've spoken to didn't do physics, and most of them were high school dropouts or left school with no qualifications whatsoever. And these are the people that think they can argue with scientists, engineers, mathematicians, doctors, and that education is all wrong, and it's not education, it's indoctrination. Yes, the education system failed you, although you quite possibly just failed yourself.
But you can't equivocate their lack of knowledge and understanding and educational levels to where they're at for what position they hold.
The sheer temerity of that position, right?
Yeah.
Astonishing.
They think that their ignorance outweighs somebody's education and experience because reasons.
Yeah, Montreal can be best described as politely insulting.
Yes.
That's a very diplomatic way of doing it, of saying it.
Yeah, well, I'm rather tired of being politely insulted.
Yeah, it is offensive. I mean, if I was of Professor Bell's standing, I'd be outright, yeah, I'd be extremely offended.
Yeah, quite a few of the debates that I've seen with Montreal, it's almost as if he goes, "No offence, but I think you're a moron." But don't take offence at it.
Yeah,
You
no
know?
offense. I must admit, I find his ignorance, incredulity, and arrogance extremely offensive, because he's coming from a position of no knowledge whatsoever and telling people they're stupid. No, sorry, mate, you've got it the wrong way round. But yeah, his arguments with the professor is just mind blowing.
Yeah, it surprises me that Professor Bell is willing to even engage with any of these people.
Yeah.
I can tell you this, if I were still working, I wouldn't be doing this.
No.
There is no way I would take the chance that some of my coworkers or potentially some of my clients might get wind that I'm willing to even have a discussion with people that fucking stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, who else was doing it? Oh, that's right. Brandon Toy was calling Charlie a liar. You know, I've been to the Antarctic. I was in the Antarctic for over a year. Really, prove it. You know, incredible.
Sorry, I'd like to change the subject completely just for a second.
Oh, please do.
Has anybody heard anything about something going on on the North Sea oil and gas platforms?
No.
Because I just turned on Flight Radar 24, and pretty much all the traffic I can see is helicopters in the bloody North Sea going to the rigs. And yeah, you see one or two, but you don't see like over a dozen.
Maybe everybody's coming home.
Both sides. Yeah, that's what I was just wondering, if there'd been some sort of lager outbreak.
Let's have a look, see if we can find.
Okay, I've just went to Google it now.
Don't forget your bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you see a few helicopters, but not this many. All in one go.
I can't find anything, Alan.
You've got a 20. The wind speed there at the moment is 26 kilometres an hour with gusts up to 31 kilometres an hour.
That's not bad.
It's 10 degrees Celsius out there at the moment, which is kind of expected. With a swell height of 3.4 meters, so even that's not really that high.
Yeah, I mean, the rigs. Yeah, they don't evacuate the rigs, even in the middle of winter. So,
right, there was an article. There was a piece in the Guardian, Friday the 27th of March, saying the North Sea's workforce has fallen by 40%. They're cutting down hugely. They're cutting back the teams to a skeleton staff, cancelling all non-essential work to help workers physically distance. So I suspect the increase in helicopters could well be a removal of workforce. I can't see why else they'd be doing it.
yeah, because I mean they're everywhere.
Oh, God, it's just a. Oh, God. Just trying to find something up to date.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking Denmark, Norway, us, Dutch.
They might have just made an overall standing and waits until such time as everyone agreed with the position they were going to take, as in how many people they were going to send home off each of the rigs.
Yeah.
And then just gone and said, right, so now we've all agreed with this, let's implement it now within the next 24 hours type of thing.
It's all those helicopter pilots trying to maintain their recency. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to justify. I'm allowed to fly. I'm allowed to fly. Let's get out there.
Right. There was an article last Monday in the Energy Voice. There were 20 confirmed cases of COVID across 2 platforms, and that was a week ago. So,
well, they could have just left them out there.
Workers known to have come into contact with the affected workers have also been told to self-isolate and will be chopped off. This is on the North Cormorant platform and Cormorant Alpha. This is just one company. This is just one oil and gas operator, so there could be others. So yeah, I would think it's all linked to the beer virus. Yeah. Now they'll be evacuating people who are confirmed and people who have come into contact, because it'd be easier to bring them back here than to try and keep them self-isolated on an oil rig. So I bet that's what it is, Alan.
Yeah. It was, and of course there is so little air traffic out there.
Correct. Yes, and it just make that more noticeable, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, but I mean, I think I would have noticed this number of helicopters anyway, because when I look, I usually tend to look for the small stuff anyway, because that's far more interesting than airliners.
Yeah. But that's how I always knew that there was an exercise going on or something when I was still home on the farm, because you when you live under 2 major flight paths, you get so used to that as soon as something different happens, you know something's going on. It's like the what was it? The first Gulf War. Nobody really knew when it was happening. Well, we did, because all of a sudden there wasn't a plane in the air. It all gone.
Yeah.
And the second one as well. The second one was just the same. There was a massive build-up in the 2 weeks prior to that, and the sky was just absolutely full of aircraft. Because that's when I was working at the Centre Parks in Elvedon that we were rebuilding. And you just couldn't hear yourself speak most of the time, because we were in between. I think that place is pretty much in between Mildon and Lakenheath. You know, so much for a nice quiet holiday. And then all of a sudden, we come into work one morning, not a sound, no planes in the sky. We all just said, "Oh, it's going to start then." Because they'd all gone.
Yeah, because they'd all buggered off. They'd all gone off and deployed.
That's it. They'd all gone to warmer and sandier climes. Yeah, because everyone was saying, "When's it going to start? When's it going to start?" We said, "Any minute," because they're not here now.
I tell you what, I mean, as somebody who was serving during the first Gulf War but not involved,
yeah,
people used to ask me about stuff, and it's like, no, we don't get. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not a senior officer. I don't get briefed.
No.
We actually just followed it by watching What's Her Face on the BBC.
That's it.
Was it K80 or somebody?
The
report.
I'm fairly certain. Yeah, the first one certainly was K80, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was like just watching her report. That was all we'd literally try and spend as much time sitting in the crew room watching the news as we could.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sorry for derailing the conversation.
Oh no. It is interesting though. The airline pilots will begin to have a problem here before long. I don't know what the rules are for Part 135, but I know, Part 91 requires you to have made three landings in the past 90 days in order to be able to carry passengers.
Oh yes, they could soon drop out of that then, couldn't they? Carries on.
that will become that's going to become an issue if this goes on too much longer. I'm sure there'll be some FAA workaround for it, but
the air cadets locally had to move the gliding school from Watton to bugger. The other place that begins with Wattisham. So they moved from Watton to Wattisham.
Wattisham, oh yes.
And the problem was that it took them rather a while to do it. And then they said, by the time they got all set up, ready to fly again, it turned out that all the instructor pilots were all out of hours. They couldn't even fly. Yeah, they were that out of hours. They couldn't even just fly solo.
What? Where'd that rule come from?
Oh, it's because it's military aircraft.
Okay.
Because the Air Cadets is sponsored by the Ministry of Defence, and all the gliders, all the aircraft that the Air Cadets operate are owned by or operated by the Ministry of Defence. Apart from the tutors, which is the used for air experience flights, which are the same as the same aircraft the RAF use for basic flying training, which are all actually operated on lease by Babcock, and all have civilian registration numbers rather than military serials. But the gliders all have military serials. So it's military flying rules for them. You don't do enough hours. You have to do some duel with an instructor before you can fly again. Which is a bit of a pain in the butt. So they moved the gliding school, and then it took them like 9 months to a year before they could actually operate again. Before they could get all the instructors requalified.
Well, if you haven't had your hands on the controls in 9 months, it's probably a pretty good idea to have somebody with some recency in there.
Well, at least all the aircraft they're flying are twin seat, so dual control.
Crickets?
Yeah.
Crickets.
Yes. Well, I was waiting for somebody else to pick a subject.
Who else can we slag off?
I'm just gathering me videos ready for voting.
Sean Hawkins had one. What he wants you to play just for a laugh. It's in the side chat.
Yeah, I seen it.
In the channel chat.
I couldn't see any.
I said I would pass it on.
I had a quick look at it. I couldn't see any humour in it.
What happened to that heat wave we were having?
Yeah, I know.
It's just a guy singing. It's just a guy dancing in front of a mirror.
It does look very nice out there today. The wind's blowing against the window sills, making those funny farting noises. Oh, blimey, that has changed. It was in the 20s yesterday. Now apparently it's 5 degrees outside and feels -1. I'm staying put.
Bob, the science guy, just put one up. Terry, you're looking for something?
Yeah, he's on the list.
Yeah, I've got 6 and cloudy here. 7 and cloudy in Norwich.
Yeah.
5 and sunny.
7 and mostly cloudy at Duxford.
Cool. Yeah. If the wind's blowing, it'll feel cold there. Cool.
And 6 and mostly cloudy at Old Walden. Real feel, yeah. So,
well, that's the thing. Mine says 5 degrees, but it feels -1.
yeah,
Yeah,
feel,
I'm the same.
feel -1 for me as well, and real feel 2 degrees at Norwich, and real feel 1 degree at Duxford.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's strange because like the last few days it's been glorious. We've had warm sunshine, everything, and now all of a sudden, no, flick the switch.
Real feel -1 at Old Walden though.
Yeah.
But I probably because Old Walden is actually more sheltered, so. But I don't know. It's just odd. I'd have thought Duxford would have been real feel colder than Old Walden, but there you go.
Oh God, Joe, you got no shelter there at all.
I think I prefer Old Walden to Duxford, though, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
It's smaller. It's nicer. The shows are nicer. They've got some really, really interesting aeroplanes there.
Yeah. I haven't been there in ages.
They've got rotary engines at Duxford, at Old Walden, haven't they?
Yes. Yes, they have proper old rotary engines. As opposed to radials.
Three, 2, 3, 1, 4, 3. Three's the winning.
Oh yes, 3 threes.
Yeah, but double check to make sure no one voted twice before I typed now.
No, True Blue was the only one.
Come on, True.
And he voted 5.
Ah, because he saw you put nom and obviously thought that said now.
Yeah, I know, that was the trick.
But after that, we've got Sam Cam, John Rapp, and Point and Laugh on 3.
Stu, no, not Wankel.
No.
Proper old-fashioned rotary engines.
In a rotary
where the whole cylinder block goes round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you bolt the crankshaft to the airframe.
Talk about P factor. Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The Sopwith Camel with its 180, I think, horsepower Clerget and Bentley engines would you definitely wanted to roll in the right direction if you were bounced.
Yes.
Because turning the other way would probably get you killed.
Yeah, though we said they were a tricky plane to fly, but if you could master it.
Yes, Pip, they're talking.
Yes.
Pip, they're talking about planes.
Oh, no, please, the Lord God, press play.
Shots where? Tally how? Bandits are
Oh,
five
earlier than
o'clock.
that, I'm talking World War One, because they're World War One aircraft.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wait a minute,
They've got a
4
camel
wins stopped
there.
voting. I thought 3-1. So
3-1.
3-1, but you didn't say stop, so just carried on.
I'll have to. I'm scrolling back up. Just double check.
So it's 4 now.
4, 3, 2, 3, 1. 4, 3, 3, 4, 4.
4 fours.
It was 3 got there first.
And you have to type it. Stop.
So True Blue's vote didn't count. So
No.
Don't have my glasses on. Any excuse.
I can't see
You're
it.
gonna have
I can't see it like in a long bit. I've got to scroll up and down all the time to try to add them up.
I'm going to have to just step away for a bit, Terry. I just need to go do sort out dinner for the kids.
Okay, Peter.
I shall be back.
Mm-hmm.
I think 3-1. Going by
We
my
got 3
count.
threes first.
Yeah.
Oh, bugger. Ugh.
Alan moved.
Yeah, sorry, I just got a referred pain right down my right leg.
Gee.
Oh, all the way. Top to bottom.
Oh, I'll just double check to see if Andrew's in the peanut gallery. Oh. Uh-oh. Andrea, go make a coffee or something.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We all know what video this is then.
Wonderful people.
Person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about viruses again? Yeah. But actually, something a little bit more different. Today I wanted to investigate the idea of origin of viruses, and some speculation that suggests that maybe viruses actually came from outer space. Let's talk a little bit more about this, and welcome to What the Man. So the idea of viruses and bacteria coming from outer space is of course not new. This is what we refer to as panspermia, the idea that was originally proposed by this Greek philosopher slash early scientist known as Anaxagoras. And he's known for some really eccentric ideas. Some of them were actually correct, like for example when he predicted that the Milky Way itself is actually a collection of relatively hot stars, and he was able to also conclude that the reason that the moon is so bright is because it reflects light from the sun. But not all of his ideas were correct. Although one of the earlier ideas that was really interesting is the idea of panspermia, which stands for all seeds. Pan means all, spermia means seeds. The idea that essentially life spreads itself across the universe, and back then they didn't really know how big the universe was to begin with, and he even went as far as to assume that the moon also was populated and had a lot of different life on it. And what's really interesting is that it wasn't really until early 20th century that we started to explore this idea again, and the scientist who kind of brought this back to attention was this Swedish scientist known as Svante Arrhenius. And although today there are some things that he's criticized for, he's also admired for the early ideas he proposed, including panspermia, and also he's technically the father of the idea behind greenhouse effect. He's essentially the chemist that proposed that the increase in emissions of CO2 across the planet would actually lead to the warming of the planet. And he was able to prove it really early on, even before we started talking about all of this decades later. And so this idea of panspermia, or transfer of various types of life across the universe, has actually been around for quite a while. Most recently, one of the major books that was released that talks a little bit more about this is this right here. And even though these ideas have been actually refuted by the scientists in the years past, it does sort of propose certain things that we still can't really explain. And more specifically, a lot of these ideas are surrounding the origin and the extreme diversity of viruses. We actually have no idea what viruses are, or more specifically where they came from, what their purpose on our planet is, and why they're so different from one another. In one of the previous videos, I showed you this beautiful art by David Goodsell that sort of interprets viruses as these really beautiful and somewhat unusual shapes with quite a lot of variety, which is really true of them. The thing about viruses is that they seem to be extremely genetically diverse, to the point where we really have no idea why they're so diverse and why they're so different from one another. One of the most recent discoveries that happened approximately a few months ago and unfortunately was overshadowed by the COVID-19 pandemic was the discovery of this unusually large and extremely unique virus that we've never seen before. This was a virus known as Yarovirus. Discovered in Brazil, this actually raised a lot of questions because we have never seen a virus where approximately 90% of all of the genome was completely new and has never really been seen anywhere in any of the organisms on the planet. Only approximately 6 genes here were actually similar to something we've seen before. Now, this is actually really strange because discovering something completely new like this, especially in modern age, is extremely rare. So where this virus came from and why its genes are so different is actually a mystery and makes absolutely no sense right now. Another really interesting investigation from a few years ago was this right here. Here, the scientists wanted to find out how many viruses fall from the atmosphere, or I guess from the upper atmosphere, onto the surface of our planet. They didn't really speculate about their origin, but what they've discovered is that approximately 800 million viruses fall onto a single square meter, or about 3 feet, on the planet every single day. And that is a lot of viruses coming from nothing but just the atmosphere itself. And although we knew that viruses exist in the atmosphere, we just didn't realize it was so many. So once again, where exactly are these viruses coming from in the atmosphere? If they're being picked up by things from the ground, then we need to investigate how this mechanism works. Otherwise, we're still not really sure where all of this is coming from. And so here we have so many questions. Questions of diversity, questions of their origin, and of course questions of why there's so many of them. Also, in the last few years, we've been discovering a lot of strange things in our own genes. As you may have learned from one of the previous videos, our genes possess a lot of viruses. About 8% of our genetic code, of you and me, is basically viral DNA, with some of these viruses being absolutely essential for our survival and reproduction. One of the more interesting papers from the last few years was a paper that discovered that a viral DNA is actually a part of the genetic code that's responsible for turning certain neurons in such a way that it's possibly responsible for our consciousness. So in some sense, this implies that viruses also might be responsible for what gave us an ability to think and understand. So all of this together suggests that these unusual, well, not really creatures, not really life, because we don't think of viruses as life. I guess you can call them chemical substances. These things are part of us and are an integral part of us. They're basically the building blocks of everything that's in us and that made us the way we are. And that is really mind-blowing. So this also once again brings us back to the question, where did they come from and what created them? And this is what we have absolutely no answer for. Everything we've studied so far suggests that the viruses actually might be the origins of life on the planet, and their origin might have extraterrestrial links. Now this is where I'm gonna have to say that we kind of don't know if they're actually from outer space. We have no evidence so far that they did come from outer space, but we do have evidence that we've discovered a lot of things in asteroids already. And some of these things could technically form a virus. So we found, for example, things like ribose, which is responsible for RNA. We've discovered amino acids. We've also found a lot of other materials that are organic and technically could be able to produce somewhat simple organic molecules, but we've just never really found a virus itself. And the only mission to date that has ever attempted to actually prove all of this has not really given us any results yet. So let me briefly talk about this mission. This was originally started by JAXA, which is basically like NASA, but in Japan, and they created this mission known as Tampopo. Tampopo is essentially a dandelion. The idea is pretty simple. They wanted to see if panspermia has any merit, if viruses and bacteria indeed came from outer space. And to try to prove this, they basically placed this collection sample made out of gel in outer space, in the International Space Station, and left it there for approximately 3 years. In February of 2018, the samples were returned back to Earth, but unfortunately there hasn't really been much report about these samples or really about any findings. And normally when this kind of stuff happens, it kind of means that maybe they actually botched the samples. Maybe they accidentally contaminated the samples on the way back, or something else occurred. But there was at least one major discovery coming out of this mission that was published back in 2018. They've discovered that these samples that were set in a gel, and specifically here they used several fungi to see how they would survive outer space, survived in outer space much longer and were able to sustain themselves for much longer period of time than they anticipated. And the initial results suggested that if the yeast was actually clumped together into a larger chunk, it had a much higher chance of surviving the outer space, which of course suggests that panspermia theoretically is absolutely possible, at least for yeast and in larger chunks. And this obviously does not suggest that bacteria and viruses could possibly survive as well, or that they could propagate through space. It doesn't really change the fact that the life in space is a lot more resilient than we originally thought. Which is of course why I'm really looking forward to hearing more about the results from this mission, because it's definitely one of the more exciting discoveries that could probably explain a lot more about our own origin as well. And although generally speaking, for bacteria to survive in space it would be a lot more difficult due to the complexity and due to the fact that there's just a lot more damage that can be done to it, viruses on the other hand do have a higher chance of survival in outer space conditions, especially if they're protected by something. Some of the previous studies discovered that if you were to cover viruses in carbon molecules, for example, they would actually not be affected by the UV light. So there are a lot of ways for viruses to survive outer space conditions and possibly even for millions and millions of years. And so what does all of this mean in a nutshell? Well, right now we really don't know where viruses came from. We know that they are part of every single life species on the planet. They're part of bacteria, for example, that you see on the screen. They've also been found in the genome of everything on the planet we've looked at so far. So this does suggest that they were basically the building blocks of life on the planet. And even though we've found a lot of viruses in even upper atmosphere, we don't truly understand where they originally came from. The only mission to date has not really given us any conclusive evidence just yet, so we cannot certainly say where they came from, but this could be one of the more important questions that we could be asking when it comes to the origin of life on our planet. So far, all of the signs point at viruses. Viruses could be what created life to begin with. They also seem to be responsible for the evolution and the complexity of life on the planet, and even though some of them are parasites and will actually cause sickness in us, most of them are not. Most of them seem to be beneficial to us. Okay, beneficial might not be really the right word. Essential to life. And if you'd like to learn more about how they affect our genetic code, you can check out one of the previous videos I made about this. And so if we combine all of this evidence together, what we discover is that viruses are the building blocks, they came from unknown origins, they seem to be quite diverse, and some of them we've never even seen before, so they do have relatively recent origin from somewhere else. And at the same time we've found quite a lot of viruses in the upper atmosphere as well. Now unfortunately so far these are all circumstantial evidence. It doesn't necessarily mean that viruses are from outer space, but the majority of evidence suggests that maybe they are. And so hopefully in the next few years we'll hear back from the Tampopo mission and we'll find out once and for all if any of the viruses and bacteria were actually captured approximately 400 kilometers above the surface of Earth in the International Space Station. If the Tampopo mission comes back with positive results, then there is really no reason for us to doubt panspermia or that viruses did indeed come from outer space and were probably created in various asteroids around the solar system. But as of today, as of right now, I'm gonna have to say that we still are not sure. We don't know. We really don't. Hopefully we'll discover soon and I can come back and talk about this in some of the future videos. So until then, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and stay healthy. Come back tomorrow to learn something else. Maybe consider supporting this channel on Patreon because it does help me quite a lot. And maybe you can also support this channel by buying the beautiful Wonderful Person t-shirt that you can find in the description below. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
It came from outer space.
But panspermia certainly helps the science fiction community, doesn't it?
Yep. Certainly does.
that brings up more questions than answers about viruses.
Yeah.
Because that boils
Maybe
it down to
little
life in
aliens.
general.
Maybe they grew little aliens. Like, uh-oh. How doing, everyone?
Hey, Sheepy.
Hello.
Well, I look
Yeah,
at it.
sheeples.
Hello.
I'm thinking of it in different ways. Like, imagine if life evolved on Earth not so much as the virus has got the small minority at the moment, and genome for human genome is the greater majority. What if it happened the other way around? Things would have been a lot different.
That part about the allowing neurons to fire and everything, that's pretty interesting.
Well, if that's the case, then that even makes it even more weird what would have happened then. From what I
When they
just
say,
said,
like,
for what I just
humans
said
are a
about,
virus.
yeah.
Humans are a virus on the planet. Like, something
the
to that.
human genome, human side of us would be in the same context as what the small bit of the virus is now to what we think, and what would be, we'd just be all brains in a jar.
Steve Martin, the man with two brains.
Oh, yeah.
Or we'd be in the primordial an intelligent primordial soup entity. Oh, that reminds me of that movie, The Blob. There we are.
Oh, yeah.
Blob? Would that be the first movie that a fairly famous movie actor starred in?
Steve McQueen.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. I don't remember seeing the movie, I just know of it.
That's the original.
I'm going to say that's the original movie. The Blob was with the really funky theme song, if I remember rightly.
I don't remember that.
And
It's a long time since
for
I
the
watched
ones
that.
that didn't see
Yes, it's a long time since I watched it.
And for the ones that didn't see that or weren't around when that was made, more recently the TV show, shit, now I can't remember the name of the TV show now. It'll come to me. It's a piss take on Star Wars and Star Trek type movie, TV show.
Oh, the
Yeah, that one.
God, yeah.
Red Dwarf.
No.
Not Red Dwarf.
No, it's got that.
It was out recent.
What's that guy's name that plays the? Oh shit!
It's the something. Oh my!
Come on!
Are you talking about the chap that does Family Guy?
What's his name?
His name?
No, not Galaxy Quest. The
Orville.
Orville. Thanks, Stingray.
Thank you.
Why didn't you come in here and say it, Stingray, instead of saying it out there?
I had this duck in my head, and I went, "What's his name? What's his name?"
Right. Well, anyway,
Orville.
on the Orville, there's this little blob entity.
That's right.
Person.
Yes, I can't remember the thing's name. Yeah, and they keep tripping over him and standing on him, and because he's just.
And one of them had sex with him.
Glute, yeah.
Blob
the doctor had sex with him.
That's right. Yes.
Right. No,
Yes,
not
he's got
Spaceballs. Jeez.
We got it now. It's real non-tech.
It's the Orville. I'm talking about us being a blob, as in our species. If viruses were opposite to the genome for human, we'd be all just blobs.
A bit of a piss take, but it ended up being quite an homage to Star Trek, didn't it? I think the original idea was it was supposed to be a complete comedy, piss take, tongue-in-cheek sort of thing, but they enjoyed making it so much that it sort of became serious.
What do you mean, Sam? It was great. Why don't they do any anymore? Is it finished already?
Well, we could be.
They've done 2 series.
Well, that's not
What's
many.
the name of the shapeshifter in Star Trek Deep Space Nine?
Oh, that guy. Yeah, that guy.
The security officer.
Odo.
Yeah, we could be them.
Odo.
Odo, that's him. Yeah, we could be that too.
Sleeps in a bucket.
That's it. Sleeps in the bucket because when he goes to sleep, he loses.
What was this species called?
Oh bloody hell! I'm trying to do this without googling.
Yeah, without Googling. Oh, don't tell us that you Google it.
In charge of the Gamma Quadrant, weren't they?
We got all these peanuts out here.
They were
the
baddies.
bosses. They were.
Yeah.
You got us viewing here, and how many peanuts you got out there? You got 37 peanuts out there that should be.
We've got an
answering these pretty
Odo
quick.
so far.
Yeah, we know he was Odo, but we can't remember what species he was. And we're all trying to do it without cheating because I could Google this in 2 seconds.
Yeah, I know.
But that takes the fun out of it.
Yeah, but we don't know if the peanuts are googling either. Yeah. The founders.
The founders, yeah.
That was it.
Founders.
Okay, so anyone else got any more other and similar entities that we could be? I can't think of any others.
No, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it. Rocket scientists, don't shout us.
Yeah, but the panspermia, so that all intelligent all obviously intelligent life in the galaxy looks somewhat bipedal and quadruped.
Yeah.
It's really just to save on the special effects budget.
The show with the ER doc in it. Don't know, Andrew. The show with the ER doc in it.
Hey?
I know. Voyager had a
Voyager had
holographic
the
doctor.
holographic doctor.
Or are we talking about the show ER, which had quite a few doctors in it?
Yeah, that did, didn't it?
I don't know what that's got to do with it.
Which was,
Including George.
I believe, written by Michael Crichton.
Yep.
Yeah, I think yes, it was.
Yeah, it
And
was.
of course, wrote an awful lot of books that were turned into films.
Yeah.
And pertinent to this one would be the
Andromeda Strain.
Yes.
And
We're all gold.
and Virus.
Gold.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if they've
No,
they
that-
turn Virus into
No, that's down the wrong track, True Blue. If we're gold,
Yeah,
that's
I
not going where I was
don't
thinking.
think
No, we're not little squiggly wormy things.
they did the Andromeda Strain. They obviously famously did Jurassic Park.
yeah.
I'm trying to
Congo.
Oh, yeah.
Jaws?
that's it.
Didn't he write Jaws?
No,
No, that was Peter Brenchley.
That's it.
Brenchley.
yeah, that's right. He did Congo, and that didn't translate very well into film. I
He
don't
was in
think.
that.
No, that's because they bollocksed it up, didn't they?
Well, yes, as they quite often do. And Jurassic Park, the one of the major premises of the book was just glossed over in the film. The fact that the dinosaurs could reproduce,
Yeah.
and that got about 5 seconds in the film.
The thing.
Yeah. Amphibian DNA.
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't know who
we're
Andrea's
going
talking about now.
off my premise a bit there.
We are,
wouldn't you?
but yes, his one book and film that was pertinent to this whole thing was the Andromeda Strain, because they have a space probe that they've brought back, and it's got some sort of alien virus on it.
Virus on it.
It's a long time since I've read the book.
Yeah, I'll see the movie because I mean I think the film was made in mid-60s, wasn't it? Andromeda Strain came out.
Okay, John. Sphere. Does anyone remember the
Sphere,
premise of
yes.
Sphere?
Sphere, yeah, that was good.
Forgot about that one.
How was that? How's that related to what we're talking
It's
about?
not. I think it's just trying to come up with other
Michael Crichton.
Oh, okay.
Remember, there's a fair decent delay on the side chat over what we're talking about.
Yeah, okay. No, I was talking about the blob and everything, that side of things. The other bit that he mentioned is if our brain functions as our conscious, in relation to our conscious, and in the evolution of viruses, how would our conscious be more evolved than what it is now? As well as the same as what I was saying before, if everything was almost opposite, the virus was more prominent than human DNA. That'd be a weird one. Well, we'd be more we'd be born telekinetic, more or less, type persons or type entities.
I don't know, but remember, viruses rewrite DNA a lot. That's one of the things they do. That's one of the ways they reproduce. They invade cells and rewrite the DNA.
Well, if our human DNA was more suppressed but still had the ability to reproduce through the virus.
Well, no, what it's trying to say is basically that viruses, because if a population gets attacked by a virus, and the virus rewrites all the population's DNA in a particular way, that is going to drive some sort of evolutionary change in that population.
Yeah, I'm not going down the speculative
because that's what evolution is. Evolution is change in allele frequencies in a population. So if you can change the alleles by getting a virus to rewrite them all in the same way, now that evolutionary change may have positive, negative, or zero impact on us as a species, but it is an evolutionary change because the DNA has been rewritten in a lot of in the population.
No, I'm sticking to more speculative analysis, not so much factual.
Oh, in that case, we better go back to talking about the Andromeda strain then. Sorry, Terry, but
the goodies bloke. Yeah, I didn't realise he died from the actual thing.
Taylor.
Yeah, he died from the
thing. Yeah,
the lager lurgy.
Yeah, Sterling Moss died as well, didn't he?
Yeah, but did he? Was he from that as well, or did he have other problems?
He was 90 years old.
He was only 90 though.
Yeah, but that's what he died of.
He had a really bad fall a few years ago as well, didn't he? Because he fell down the lift shaft in his flat.
Oh.
Yes, I think he did.
Because he had one of those lifts that where it's just a platform that goes up and down in the thing, so there's no doors and stuff, minimal doors and stuff. That probably didn't do his health a lot of good.
If you watch, his lad's going to walk right past the door.
Please, goody. Although the kitten that destroys the post office tower.
Somebody tweeted yesterday that they said, in honour of Tim Brooke Taylor, a kitten should be flown at half-mast on the BT tower. Which I liked. Hey, Ecky Thump.
Yeah.
Why has that never been repeated on the telly, eh? There's something somewhere under the rights to it, and they've said, no, you're not showing this ever again or something, you know.
What, you mean like Martin Shaw did with the professionals?
Yes, but the professionals does get shown on, can't think which channel.
It was Men and Mo.
Dave?
It was a Dave. It was a channel that was owned by Granada. So I remember it was Men and Motors at one time, and it was a channel that kept changing its name a lot because they also showed the Sweeney as well.
Yes, it is, and let me just
UK Gold.
Just waiting for my radio times to up.
Do,
Come
do,
on.
do the funky,
The funky
gibbon.
gibbon.
Okay, let's have a look. It usually comes.
Just due to bring the song up.
Okay. Fred jumped the gun.
No, it wasn't on TV4.
Cat Weasel, Andrea.
Yeah, Cat Weasel.
I never really liked that.
I can't think which channel it is. It might. I don't think it's
5, 3, 4.
The old Fred's out because he can't vote, so
4,
6 is out.
5.
Oh, look! You can tell it's a bank holiday Monday this afternoon on ITV4. Where
Oh,
it
no.
there.
Oh, Christ.
Broadsword calling Daddy Boy. Broadsword
okay.
Daddy Boy. Oh, I love that film.
I'm sick of the sight of bloody Carry On films. That's how it's been running through my living.
Yeah, that's. I'm trying. It's one of his. It was actually.
Look like 4.
That's one of the. He actually wrote that as virtually wrote that book
Okay,
as a
non-sec,
screenplay.
I
didn't
get
he?
it.
Yeah.
Yes, Dave, it was Tim Brooke
I'm
Taylor.
trying to think who it was that
Oh, who
wrote
wrote it?
Alistair MacLean.
Alistair MacLean, yes.
Alistair MacLean.
I've even got that on a T-shirt somewhere. Broadsword calling Daddy Boy.
Danny Boy.
Oh, and poor old Clint Eastwood just standing. I'm confused. What's going on? I love that film. Oh dear, I might have to watch that later.
I should time non-sec out because they voted more than once. They're trying to span the 4. Time
I
out,
also
no-
found my husband watching an On the Buses movie the other day.
Oh no!
Flipping hate that program.
Rosie, I hated it, but Rosie apparently Rosie loves
Oh, get you, Butler. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, I hate it.
We could do worse than that, Pip. BBC One tonight at 20 to 7. Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Oh, God.
They should have stopped at the third one because that one is
Yeah.
just utter nonsense.
Yeah.
Although it's memorable for Indiana Jones going flying in a fridge right at the very start when he realizes he's in Nuketown.
Oh, Stu says he used to go out and fight the Moors on Easter Monday. My cousin's a Moor and he's so annoyed he can't get to the rally this year.
Go out and fight the mods. Oh, bless.
Are you being served? Yes, I think we mention that nearly every week when we.
Love that, Neva. I hate all those programs.
Anyway,
I really
press
don't like
play.
British comedy very much. Yeah, please.
Is it going down a rabbit hole? I can see it.
Yes,
Blast
pull it
it.
out quick.
No, for Christ's sake, planes. I seen it this morning on my list. I went, oh shit,
But
terribly
it's
that. And
Scott
all
Manley. but it's Scott Manley.
But it's not technically airplanes.
Well, yeah, it is. I think
Because it's a hypersonic test plane, so yeah, it's a plane.
It's just a bloody quick one.
Shush! I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I'm trying to alleviate Pip's worries.
Just play and get it over with.
Yeah, get it over with.
No, it's not to do with planes, okay?
Just rip the plaster off. Come on.
It's to do with. It's to do with something else.
Yeah.
Unmute.
Hello, I'm Scott Manley.
Hello, it's Scott Manley here. Over a year after the death of Paul Allen, Stratolaunch's future plans are finally coming into public focus. For a while it was seeming that the rock would become known as the 21st century of the Spruce Goose. Instead of launching rockets into space, the rock will instead carry a small hypersonic rocket plane called the Talon-A, which will be a commercial platform to perform hypersonic experiments. Which is something of an interesting transition. I mean, obviously there's been a lot of interest in hypersonic weapons that maneuver inside the atmosphere. So it's conceivable that there might be a lot of research money coming out to companies who might want a plug-in and play environment where they can deploy their experiments on the leading edge, in the airstream, in various other places, and just fly their experiments, rather than having to build out an entire test bed. So the Talon is really small. It's less than 9 meters long and at launch will mass less than 3 tons fully fueled. The design has a delta wing and a single tail, but this isn't the first we've heard about a hypersonic test vehicle from Stratolaunch. I've seen a paper talking about the Hyper-A, which had a slightly different configuration. It had wingtip fins instead, and it was also going to use a rocket engine designed and built by Stratolaunch called the PGA. That would be a hydrogen-oxygen engine. However, interviews or articles suggest that they're now looking for outside providers for the rocket engine, which I think Aerojet Rocketdyne with their RL-10s might be a good bet since they've already been talking with Stratolaunch. But equally, that might be too expensive and they might go with an engine from a smaller provider like Maston Space Systems, who are basically in the same neighbourhood as Stratolaunch. The paper in question also shows wind tunnel models of the Hyper-A. And so this sort of shows that there is some previous development they've been working on. This isn't something that they just threw together just before April 1st to try and convince investors. This is something that has had some substantive work and studies being done on it. So the way this would work is it would be carried out to a test launch site. Because this is going to travel at about Mach 6, they have to be a fairly long distance away. They would do this off the coast of California. It would start at 30,000 feet, rise up to 90,000 feet, and at that point it would travel at about Mach 6 or Mach 7 for a few minutes, and once it stopped it would glide down from altitude and land back at Mojave. Alternatively, depending on the experiment, you could also do a ballistic path where it would fly up to as high as, 477,000 feet in this case. Although this vehicle is supposed to be going at Mach 10, so that may not be representative of what Talon-A is capable of. But the Stratolaunch site also has the future iterations of the vehicle listed. The Talon-A is the small one. They can actually put 3 of those on a single rock. The Talon-Z is the next generation. They will only be able to fit one of these. In fact, while the Talon-Z obviously didn't exist in the original paper, there is a rendering showing a larger version of the Hyper-A, so presumably these things are going to be roughly comparable in terms of airframe size, and yeah, you're going to only be able to put one of these on the rock at a time. And it looks as if they haven't completely abandoned their idea of launching stuff into orbit because they list black ice as a future vehicle. And you can tell how big this is by the fact that they have a cockpit at the front with windows. This is going to be about the same size as a space shuttle, presumably maybe about 100 tons mass. That would be consistent with what the rock is able to carry. So there's no official animations of how the Talon-A would actually fly or perform, which gives me a perfect excuse, as if I needed one, to try and build a version in Kerbal Space Program. Getting the exact proportions is kind of hard because the fuselage is way too fat compared to what Stratolaunch actually uses, but you can get something that's roughly the right shape and size and gets to approximately the right altitude. Yeah, this is all stock, and yeah, we'll put the cockpit on the the left side as usual, because of course captains fly on the left. So the rock would fly a long way from the launch site and turn around and then point the Hyper-A at the target, and then at the appropriate distance would pull into a climb, release the vehicle, which would then light its engines and start climbing towards altitude. In this design it's got 4 little rocket engines, so it'll look a little more like the X-15, but they sound like they're going to use a single rocket engine or perhaps a pair of rocket engines depending upon their provider. If we are to trust the Hyper-A paper, then it will get maybe 90 seconds to 100 seconds of full thrust. So initially it's going to head up into a climb and then start letting the thing level out. So it flies into essentially a ballistic arc and then just continues to accelerate out through this. Then you see at this point we're only traveling just over Mach 1 here, so we're going to have to get level so we can sustain the amount of speed that we actually need. Again, this is not really that accurate. If this was an accurate hypersonic test bed, then Stratolaunch wouldn't have a market because their customers would be playing Kerbal Space Program, obviously. I mean, even with today's supercomputers, you can perform computational fluid dynamics at these speeds, but it takes a lot of resources. And then you have esoteric effects where you have, for example, chemical changes going on when the air is hitting so hard that the oxygen atoms or molecules are breaking into atoms and becoming more reactive. That changes a lot of your thermodynamics. So yeah, it would basically fly into this and then level out, accelerate up to its speed, and perhaps it would maintain speed for a while. And at some point, it would run out of fuel, and from there, it would become a glider. This one I got just right, because you can see the nose cone is about to explode, but it burns out just before there, and I feel like I did a pretty good job. Of course, computers would be flying this thing. I'm flying this myself because I'm not going to let computers have all the fun. So anyway, this new hypersonic business platform is an interesting concept. It's a big turnaround for Stratolaunch. They've had a heck of a time trying to get a launch vehicle. Back when Stratolaunch was originally pinched after, it was like Vulcan Aviation, I believe, or Vulcan Aerospace. They were going to fly with a rocket built by SpaceX. The Falcon 5 was sort of a gentleman's agreement between Paul Allen and Elon Musk. But at some point, it became clear that the Falcon 5 would have very little in common with the Falcon 9, and development was stopped. So that left them looking for another launch vehicle. The next place they looked was Orbital ATK, who of course made the Pegasus, but the Pegasus as a launch vehicle is dying. It doesn't have any customers who want to use it anymore. The last mission that flew last year was delayed, and while there was one potential launch opportunity for it, one contract that was tailor-made for Pegasus, that was also won by SpaceX, who are going to have to make their Falcon 9 do something it wasn't really originally envisaged to do. At one point, Stratolaunch was talking about being able to launch 3 Pegasus XL at once, which, yeah, it wasn't going to happen. No one was wanting to fly a single Pegasus XL, never mind 3 of them at the same time. In 2018, the Rock was already performing taxi tests to demonstrate that it was able to move under its own power, and it was only a matter of time before it was going to fly. And they announced that they had a bunch of their own rocket concepts that Stratolaunch was planning to develop. But then Paul Allen died, and the new people behind Vulcan Ventures were no longer interested in financing it. You know, Paul Allen had a very specific idea. He wanted to invest in space, even though it was probably not a good investment for him. He just liked the idea, I think, personally, being a nerd. But without him, Vulcan Ventures essentially stopped funding Stratolaunch, and Stratolaunch were left with the world's biggest aircraft, which they did prove would fly, but they didn't have anything that they could fly on it. So yeah, this is what has brought us today, and this has brought us to me flying this thing around. It actually works pretty well in the end, although I'm having a hard time landing it. But of course, I designed that in 5 minutes. They spent years designing Stratolaunch. But the question remains, can they stick the metaphorical landing and bring a reason for the Rock to exist? It would be great. I think it's a beautiful aircraft. I think it's an amazing work of technology, and it's a shame that we haven't got an application for it. So here's hoping we see hypersonic aircraft launch from this monster, because that would be amazingly cool, and in fact infinitely times cooler than the alternative, which is this ends up parked at a museum. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
One thing wrong with the design of that twin hull fuselage plane is it's got no rear structural integrity. So if it has any wind shear or pressure difference in the atmosphere, like when you're going up through the little just twist the plane.
Oh, I don't know. With modern technology, they can make them quite strong.
Well, the weak link is the wing in the middle. That's the only place it's actually.
Yeah, but you can bet your boots. It's got some bloody strong wing spars going across that.
Yeah, I mean, twin boom aircraft are not that unusual.
And even joining aircraft together is not that unusual. I mean, the Germans did it all the time during the last war.
Heinkel HE-111Z.
Yep, they had plans to do it with just about everything they built, and of course you get, and I think they've just restored and started flying again the twin Mustang.
Yeah, the P8 F8 no. I keep wanting to say F80, but I'm sure that's a jet.
I think it might be the P80.
Or P. No, I thought the Twin Mustang, because the Twin Mustang was Korean War period.
Yeah, it didn't make it to the Second World War.
And they changed from P to F by then, I thought, but because I know they were based up on Kuril on the chain of islands that stick out from Alaska.
The Aleutians.
That's it. I know they had them based up on the Aleutians.
F82.
Ah, okay. Thank you, Google.
Yes, thank you, Google. Yeah, the F82. It was, yeah, the one they've got flying is the super rare XP82.
Yeah, farmers, I think we need to shut up now or we'll be in trouble.
Yeah, I was just wondering how long you could drag it on for.
Hours, mate. If push comes to shove.
I was talking. I wasn't talking about the planes. I was talking about more the engineering side of things, which is more generic and which people would tolerate more.
Yeah, but yeah, okay. If we go back to the engineering, the materials and the what's the word? Processes that they use these days. A, they can make them strong, and B, they can also build in a certain degree of flexibility. And if you watch any of the new modern airliners, their wings bend, but they're designed to. And if they bend, that actually means you reduce the chance of getting stress fractures and the like, because they're designed to move. They're designed to be flexible. So whether they've used that in that particular plane or not, I don't know. But what they can do these days is really quite clever.
But with my concern is with not having something structural at the back where the rear wings are. Would it hurt to not have a rear wing set up on it, or was that
not particularly? No. And I think they've also probably not done it just because of how big the distance is. I mean, when you look at the old twin boom fighters, they weren't that far apart. You know, they're only sort of 6 to 10 feet apart, something like that. Whereas on that thing, it's huge.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so wide to have what they're going to put under it.
Well, purely because what they're going to put under it is basically aircraft that have wings and things. You know, so they're giving themselves as much clearance as they can.
Giving a
and
bit
that
of
might
leeway.
Well be,
yeah.
And that might well be why you don't have anything joining in the back, just in case.
Would that be able to pick up one of those original space shuttles, you reckon?
No, I wouldn't think it'd be strong enough. Space shuttle's too big.
Bearing
in mind that the only time they had anything pick up and carry a space shuttle, A, the shuttle was empty, and B, it was a 747.
Yeah.
That they used for testing the what was the first one? The Enterprise.
They did one in the movie. They did one in the movie. They did one in the movie, and it launched off it.
Yes, but that was a James Bond film. the Enterprise, I don't think it ever fired its engines up because it never had any fuel on board. But the only way to get it up into the air and to make sure that it could sort of semi-fly like it was supposed to was to stick it on the back of a 747. It was also the easiest way to move it from one place to the other was to put it onto the back of a 747. And it was really the only plane they had that was big enough that could physically cope with having a space shuttle on its back. And even then they had to modify it.
I'm glad I've got a couple of peanuts out there that are keeping up. Loon's keeping track of what we've voted, so they shouldn't really vote for 3 and 4 this time. So 5.
3, 4, 5, 2.
So 5. I reckon 5 or 2 or 1 should be coming through here.
Why Eden voted 0? I don't know.
I got no idea.
She should be flung out on her ear.
We used to have it from 1, 0 to whatever, but people got confused. Oh, 0 as in no video. Now, what would be the fun in
I don't
that?
know. Just 0.
3
Another
fives?
5.
John.
Another 5.
Okay, yep, 3 5s.
Another 5. Lots of 5s.
There we go. Okay, what have we got for 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, what's this one? Okay. I've got no idea what this is. I haven't seen any of these, so I've got no idea. I can't be I can't be biased in that way. Not like some people that come to me and say, "Oh, did you watch such and such video? Oh, this happened and that happened." And I'm going, "No, don't tell me. I'm going to watch it on the show."
Oh, I think I know whose this one is. Yes,
Somebody does. Some people do it.
Pillick in it.
I mean, you can have a quick look at it, like, "Oh yeah, we'll watch that. Yep, we're going to see that."
Hello, everybody. You may or may not know, but I'm
a
delusional
conspiratard nutcase.
A banned video.
A few days ago, David Icke, that king of conspiracy and professor of stupidity, did a live stream interview to YouTube. Shortly after the stream finished, YouTube got rid of it. David's not too pleased. Why don't you tell us about it, David?
I did a live interview with London Real last night, and it got fantastic numbers of people to watch it. It was, I'm told, the second most watched live stream in the world yesterday.
Wow. I didn't watch it, and I bet there was an awful lot of people who weren't stupid enough to watch it, including my wonderful patrons. Massive thanks to all my patrons, including new patrons Brian A. Reed, Miss Holmes, Crown A. So, David, what happened?
Within next to no time after it finished, YouTube deleted it.
Oh, what a shame. I wonder why that was.
Now, my last interview with London Real about this coronavirus has so far got 5 million hits.
Well, coronavirus is a very important subject, and one is much upon people's minds.
But it's being taken down by YouTube, and that says something.
Well, I think what it's saying is your video was a load of baseless crap, lies and misinformation.
It says that these massive corporations are so terrified of the truth that they are trying to stop people seeing that they will delete a video of one guy when they are giving the public globally the official narrative 24/7 from all directions.
Or perhaps getting people worried that 5G is going to give them coronavirus is probably a bad idea. And since there are people gullible enough to believe that crap, the best way to stop the spread of it is to stop the videos.
It is absolutely explosive, and when you watch it, you'll see why YouTube deleted it.
Yes, it's a load of scientifically unsupported shit.
To get it out to as many people as possible, which is absolutely vital.
For your ad revenue.
I'm asking people, they watch the video and then share it with everyone they possibly can, everywhere in the world.
That's clever. Viral marketing. So that your video spreads around the world like some sort of a virus.
So if everyone just shares it with as many people as they know, urge them to share the video with everyone they know, and so on and so on and so on, and in a short time,
there will be crap everywhere.
Because if YouTube don't want you to see it, you need to see it.
YouTube also don't want you to see children being beaten or instructions on how to make ricin. Now, there's an awful lot of people who follow and subscribe to David without knowing anything about his past. David used to be a footballer, and following that, he was a sports presenter on the BBC. All of a sudden, things changed. He did a famous interview in 1991 with the wonderful and sadly deceased Mr. Terry Wogan. Have a look at what David really is.
The world is not necessarily going to end. But,
I remember it well.
The Earth is going to go through a series of geological changes that are necessary to make sure it doesn't end. That's the point.
Did I see you say that turquoise is the colour? What's turquoise going to do?
Yes, David was suddenly famous for wearing turquoise shell suits.
Well, there is an energy that comes from a being called the Godhead, which is, I mean, we talk about God. The Godhead is not a guy with a beard sitting on a cloud.
No, that would be silly.
It is a massive spirit, the basis of all creation.
Right.
And coming out from this Godhead, round all creation, through all the stars, through all the planets and everything else, is the life force.
Life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us.
And within this light are various other energies which have certain gifts. And these other energies have a frequency that is the same as all the colours. And turquoise actually is the same frequency as an energy called love and wisdom. Therefore, when you wear that colour, you attract it.
I can see it now. A massive programme of painting power stations in turquoise.
Well, now, let me get this story right. The press claim that you claim to be the Son of God.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes, you see, the thing is that it's quite funny, really. You know, 2,000 years ago, had a guy called Jesus sat here and said these same things, you would still be laughing.
And I think if you had wandered around Judea 2,000 years ago in a turquoise shell suit, you'd have been crucified.
When we think, it is not a vacuum. When we think, we create an energy field. This is how telepathy works.
I knew you were going to say that.
Was it a great shock for you to discover this at 38?
Well, I think the word is gobsmacked. But again, you know, the best way of removing negativity is to laugh and be joyous. So I'm delighted that there's so much laughter in the audience tonight.
But no,
but just let me say this.
They're laughing at you. They're not laughing with you.
Fine.
David, that was 29 years ago, and I'm afraid people are still laughing at you.
The other thing is, there is this great illusion, you know, that Jesus was born and stood up and said, I know who I am. It was revealed to him in stages.
I've got a feeling you might be like the great prophet Zarquon and will finally make your second coming just in time for the restaurant at the end of the universe.
You're saying you were part of Jesus' soul before.
Precisely.
You're also part of many other people's lives on the way through
history.
As
we all have been.
So there you have it. He thinks he is part of Jesus' soul.
If I am given information from beings who have proved to be perfectly accurate day after day after day, and things they've told us are going to happen, and they happen.
He's just been predicting massive earthquakes that will sweep the world. Terry, ask him about another one of his predictions.
They told you Saddam Hussein was dead, and he's
not. That's right. Yes, he is.
Well, I watched his birthday party on the television yesterday.
All I can say to you is all that glitters is not gold. Hang about and watch and wait.
Yeah, you'll have to wait another 15 years for that one, David.
they have the right to listen to what I'm saying,
But if you
to
don't-
listen to what the traditional
if you don't
church
give
is
them
saying.
any kind of proof, if you don't give them any reason to believe in you, they will dismiss you as a crank, which is what they're doing.
Aha, but proof denies faith, and without faith he's nothing. And David, they're still dismissing you as a crank.
That's
If
just
I
an
am
easy
saying,
up-turn.
if I am saying that these things are going to happen this year, then we'll see, won't we?
Well, it's 29 years later, David, and they didn't happen.
And what'll happen if they don't happen? What'll happen to you?
They will happen because if they don't happen, there will be no Earth.
And of course, then you'd have to look for another revenue stream, wouldn't you? Like perhaps YouTube advertising.
And it's as simple as that. And I frankly don't care what anyone thinks. They have free will to make their own choices on what is said. I say wait and see.
Yes, well, David, we are still waiting. I actually think back in 1991, when you did this interview, I think it was a mental health problem. I don't think that's the case now. I think that you're just addicted to the money that you're able to garner in your speeches, in your books, in your YouTube revenue. The reason why YouTube has taken down the video is because you're spreading unsupported disinformation. Information that will scare people, that will get people worried, that will get people to take unwise actions, like destroying 5G towers, like refusing vaccines. This will cause harm to people. That's why your video was taken down.
So, I'm asking for your help here.
Well, the best help I think I could give you, David, is to advise you to quietly fade away from public life and to speak to your GP.
Thanks for your help.
You're very welcome, David. Everyone, please take advice from your government and from your health services, not from stupid videos on YouTube. Until next time, stay sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
So some people have heard of that nutcase.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
Absolute loon, complete and utter. He's putting out videos on YouTube all the time. I mean, I don't think there's a conspiracy out there that he hasn't signed up to.
He thinks the Queen's a reptilian.
Oh yes, our reptilian, yeah, reptilian overlords. You know, like I say, the more every conspiracy theory you can think of, the more bizarre the better. He loves them. He fully backs all of them. He's a complete fruitcake. Oh boy. And people love it. He's got let's have a look.
You know, he fills theatres and stadiums and God knows that.
That's right. He does. He'll do sort of 3-hour pieces on stage in front of packed.
Did you say feces or theses?
If I can't find this.
Was he a good football player? I don't know. I don't follow English football.
No. He has at the moment 840,000 subscribers.
Mm.
And yeah, if you go to his channel and just go down some of his videos, you'll see. Yeah, he's behind all of the major conspiracy theories. There we are. 5 months ago, the royal family, be gone with them. Yes, they're lizards. They're reptiles in human skin.
Yeah, but Dora said Queen Reptilian. Might believe that.
I think the royal family are many things, but I don't think they're lizards.
What have we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, and if you watch any of Mr. Sensible's videos, he's heavy on references to Red Dwarf and Hitchhikers.
Mm-hmm.
He's obviously big fans of both of them.
Have we got Creaky's new video in the mix?
No, I don't think I've got a Creaky. To see if
I haven't seen it yet, but oh man,
What's that about? I think I've seen
it's C5.
All right.
How to talk alien. It's that Stephen Greer ranch where they sign that.
Oh right, no, I haven't seen that one. Haven't seen that one yet.
Dr. Stephen Greer, yes.
Yeah, they signed. I heard from Maxwell.
Is it very recent or?
Yeah,
Yes,
it is.
today.
It is. I'll drop it in the.
Because I don't think I've got it on me in Shield Your Shit. It hasn't popped in.
I've seen the documentary that he did about all this, and it's
I've only got a subscriber Hangouts, the last one that's been posted in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I heard. From.
Just give me a moment, Terry, and I'll drop it in.
Any other
for you.
Yeah. I was talking with Maxwell today, and he said that apparently the people who go there have to sign a waiver that they're not going to discuss anything that happens up there.
Yeah, because nothing happens.
And I was just imagining like he's got like a PA system like buried in the ground, and he's like, right, everyone shut your eyes because it's just like the idea like, listen, I spoke to the aliens, they're coming around 9:30. They're gonna be there, so everybody get ready.
They all go out into the hills at night, and they all sit around in a circle, and they all meditate so that they can get into contact with these aliens. And it's like there's no photos, there's no film.
Yeah, not allowed to do any of that.
Yes, there's no actual evidence that they are in contact with anything at all, other than the little voice that's already in their bloody heads.
So two questions I've got is, number one, are they sitting around a fire? And if that's a yes, what are they burning on that fire?
Fires are generally involved, yes.
The peace pipe. But no, just the idea, like, you can imagine, like, you got like this PA system in the ground.
No,
and it's like,
I am not a one-trick pony.
Hey, don't tell me no. But no, and then the idea is just like, everyone, you got to shut your eyes. They'll, we're going to make a connection. And then he like pushes play, and there's like, the sound begins to vibrate the ground, and it's just like
straight out of Scooby-Doo, isn't it?
You know what I mean? It's like,
why is it for some reason I've got this idea that he's got this thing that looks like a rock with a built-in Bluetooth amplifier that he's actually when he walks up to that special location, it magically connects, and it's just coming straight off his phone. Everyone close your eyes while I just pull my phone out for a second. Hang on.
And then you hear a little voice go, beep, beep.
Yeah. But you can imagine it, right? Like, if you imagine, like, everybody don't look up. You'll be blinded by the light, but you can hear it, the sound of like a craft or whatever. And just, oh man, it's just so funny, right? Like, what happens if you turn a speaker towards the floor?
There's thousands of people who fall for it. They're all convinced that they've had some sort of telepathic communication. Whatever.
You probably just have like some neural wave thing playing, so it literally affects the brain waves. You're like, oh, I felt it. Yes.
I suspect an awful lot of it is just wishful thinking.
Oh man, but the fact
mass hysteria.
You can't talk about it. You can't take photos. You can't take videos. It's like far out.
You can't actually produce any evidence of it whatsoever. Yeah, right. Do you know what the word scam means?
Yeah. Tell us about it. It was amazing. We all shut our eyes, and then it's just like, oh, the magician's trick.
And then while my eyes were closed, I felt this hand on my shoulder.
Yeah. It was only 3 fingers.
Well, Renee and me, people got itchy fingers.
Oh.
Well, John voted when you typed new, but
yeah, I know they're not reading
let him away with
it. They just see that and go, "Oh yeah, that's now, is it? Oh, they better read it properly."
He didn't have his glasses on.
It's the new now.
So John fell for it.
551.
355.
So did you see that other picture that I dropped in there that you might want to have a quick look at, Terry? You don't have to do it now. We can look at it in between two videos.
We are in between two videos.
Oh, jeez.
I know he's hard work
553. 3.
3 wins.
I think 3-1. I thought 3 got before.
No, 5 what?
So back when I was a young lad, we had a hole in our oatmeal layer over the top of Australia. Yeah, the ozone layer. Yeah. All right. So and a lot of jokes were made about it. However, so it seems. There we go, and we'll share that just quickly.
It would be nice if you could negotiate with the Grim Reaper, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, like he comes down, you say, "Who have you come for?" And he says, "I've come for Sterling Moss." So, well, we'll keep Sterling. You can have David Icke instead.
Yeah, that's fair. I like the sound of that. Yeah.
All right, we'll throw Mark Sargent in. All right, deal.
But don't you have to beat him in a game like in Bill and Ted? You have to beat him in a game of checkers and stuff. Best out of 3.
Best 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
So,
no way, Death.
So what does this mean?
So this picture shows that in comparison to last year on the 23rd of March, compared to this year on the 23rd of March, you guys have a big hole in your ozone layer up there.
Oh, Lord. Can't go out there.
Who put that there?
Oh, I don't know.
The aliens in.
I think all those rockets going through may have punched a hole in the dome or something.
Oh no!
But that's just an uneducated guess and complete conspiracy.
Yeah.
Because I know we all love that.
Why have you not heard about this big hole?
Well, it's only literally just come through my phone just before.
It used to be Antarctica, now it's in the Arctic. I see.
It went north for the winter.
Oh, there you go.
It's migratory. Beautiful plumage.
Yeah. So, as your summer period arises up there, you may also want to make sure that you're careful about that UV light that you're going to get for summer.
Yeah. Only up from factor 50 to factor 100, I think.
Yeah.
Was that the image you wanted me to show?
RoboCop, isn't it?
Yeah, just really quick one, Terry, to fill in time between things.
Yeah, well, you know you can share images.
I always ask.
We're going to be putting on Sunblock 2000.
I think so. I'll definitely need it.
That advert they had in the original RoboCop film where they're just slathering that multicoloured grease on all over their skin.
Well, it's funny when you see someone putting on a good brand of sunscreen with looking at it through a UV camera.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it looks like. Like they're slathering on thick black grease.
Yeah, but that means it's doing its job.
Exactly.
Long sleeves and a hat, I think. No shirt.
Just stay indoors.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to right now anyway. So
between 11 and 3, keep indoors.
And that's when most of the bowling goes on as well. God damn it!
You can't win, can you?
Use a sun umbrella.
On the bowling green.
Parasol.
It's very hard to hold a parasol and bowl.
No, you use the sun umbrella hat.
Or Pip.
Oh yeah,
I've
got an umbrella hat.
Pip, you're doing it all wrong. You need to get a parasol boy.
Well, hi, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, hi.
Need to work for free though.
That guy sounds like he's from Michigan, northern Michigan, in fact.
He does.
Yeah, he's got that kind of accent, hasn't he?
I haven't seen any evidence for it.
Well, no, I think you might be surprised.
Well, speaking of Antarctica.
Oh, let's go there.
Well, hi, everyone.
Did you
Greetings
notice
from
Bob
Northern
got his
Michigan.
picture on Diamond
Told you.
Dance 3000 sub special?
Oh, did he?
Bob was in one of the photos, yeah.
300,000, yeah. Well, hi.
Can I play now?
Sorry, yes. Carry on.
This is Bob the
Fly,
Science Guy, and
Terry.
today is the last section of The World Upside Down, a Biblical Earth documentary. Today we're going to go over the ice wall in Antarctica. So let's cue up the music and get going. It should be fun.
If you've ever heard of Flat Earth before, you've probably wondered, what's at the end?
No, I've never heard of
The
it
answer
before.
is a giant shelf of ice. You may know this shelf of ice by a different name, and that is Antarctica. The world tells us that Antarctica is a continent, the only continent that has never been inhabited by mankind. This idea, however, contradicts with the Bible. Genesis 11, verse 8 says, "So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city." According to this verse, after the progress of the Tower of Babel was stopped, God caused mankind to be scattered throughout the whole earth. This means that every single continent has been inhabited. Antarctica, however, has never been inhabited.
Well, here's the interesting thing about that. When they wrote the Bible, did they know about Antarctica? Did anybody know about Antarctica? Antarctica is surrounded by literally hundreds of miles of ocean, saltwater ocean. There is a certain limitation to how far ships could travel at the time the Bible was written based on the amount of fresh water they could carry with them. They couldn't even carry enough fresh water to get to Antarctica. And there certainly was no evidence that they had any knowledge of it at the time the Bible was written.
The reason Antarctica has never been inhabited is because Antarctica is not a continent. It is a giant shelf of ice that compasses the face of the whole Earth.
You know, I'm sorry, but actually Antarctica has been completely mapped. We know the shoreline, we've circumnavigated it, we've seen it from satellite images. We know exactly what Antarctica is. And it is a continent with land underneath a thick sheet of ice. This is something that's not up to debate. It's simply a fact.
Proverbs 8, verse 27 says, "When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depth." Job 26, verse 10 says, "He hath compassed the waters with bounds, until the day and night come to an end." Notice, the Bible uses the word compassed. To compass something means to circle it. This is because the earth is a circle. The majority of that circle is water. And what is keeping that water in? The answer is a giant shelf of ice.
You know, if that were the case, then you could tell me how thick the wall of ice is and what's on the other side of it. Obviously, we have had people in Antarctica. So tell me how thick that rim of ice is and what's on the other side of it. We've been there. It's within reach. So,
one of the most creative descriptions of this ice wall can be found in Job 38, verse 14. The Bible says that it may take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. When a seal is used to press down a stamp, it leaves a raised circle around the edges.
And that raised circle around the edges has an elevation and it has a thickness. So, what is the elevation and thickness of the ice rim? And what's on the other side of it?
This is similar to how the ice wall looks in relation to the earth. It compasses the whole face of the earth as a raised edge. So we have completed our model of the earth. We have the firmament, a glass-like dome overarching the face of the earth. Above the firmament, we have heaven, where God's throne is. Below the firmament, we have a circle covered by land and sea. Within the firmament, we have sun, moon, and stars, traveling in a circular pattern. Below the ground, we have the foundations of the earth, and within that foundation is hell. And around the perimeter, we have a giant ice wall, holding in the oceans.
Well, that's a nice little package. What is that brown material out there that the entire apparatus sits on? And what's beyond the ice wall? What's outside of the firmament? Is it water or is it air? Do doves fly through it? Or do the windows of the firmament open up and flood the earth? And when the earth did flood, where did the water go to when it receded? These are a lot of open questions that you still haven't quite tied up yet, but we'll let you continue on.
This matches both with what we can gather with our senses and with what we read in the Bible. And now, after having gone through all this, the question must be asked. Where in the Bible does it say that the earth is a globe?
Where in the Bible is the internal combustion engine?
Where in the Bible does it say the earth is rotating on an axis?
Where in the Bible does it tell us how a mechanical gyrocompass works, which requires rotation of the earth?
Where in the Bible does it say the earth is orbiting the sun?
Where in the Bible does it tell us where meteors come from?
Where in the Bible does it say that we are traveling through a galaxy?
Where in the Bible does it tell us where Neptune is? And how did we find it?
Where in the Bible does it say that space even exists?
Where in the Bible does it tell us we were going to land on the moon or discuss the transit of Venus across the disk of the sun?
The fact is that it doesn't. There isn't a single verse in the entire Bible that even hints that the earth is a sphere. It is simply an illusion perpetuated by the media. And now, the last question of all, and that is, why?
You know, that is a great question. Why would God create a universe that followed physical laws that we could discover or derive? Why could we understand solar and lunar eclipses to the point that we can predict them to the minute and the second and predict exactly where the shadow would pass over the earth? Why did we have the ability to put objects into orbit in space that you claim doesn't exist, yet we can measure? We have been there. Why would God say that the universe is not expanding when we can measure it expanding? Why would God develop a flat earth that did not allow us to measure distances, yet we can measure distances between points on earth using great circle routes? Why would the genetic code of the great apes be so similar to that of human beings, and one human chromosome, number 2, be the fusion of 2 simian chromosomes? Why can we demonstrate genetic and DNA relationships between organisms on Earth? Why would God want us to believe that the sun was moving across the sky when it didn't follow the rules of perspective? Why should we believe that the earth is a frying pan sitting on the fires of hell in an enclosed tabernacle with the sun in the sky heating everything up? Where would the heat go? Why do we have all of these unanswered questions in your model of creationism? Yet the model of science perfectly explains these phenomena and allows us to make predictions based on our understanding of how they occur. There are just so many whys that need to be answered, and you're not answering them. Well, guys, we're in the home stretch. That's really all of it for the series itself, but we do need to have one more episode where we try and tie everything together. Let's see what the creationists have to say, and then we'll see what science has to say. So in the meantime, this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Thank you very much for stopping by, and make sure you hit that little like and subscribe button down there. Ring that bell icon so you know when the next episode comes out. Thank you again for stopping by, and we'll see you again soon. Take care.
Why? A lot of whys.
It is somewhat very interesting that for these, shall I call them the religious-based earth deniers, they believe they can pull all of their information straight out of the Bible, like a certain pamphlet dropping idiot.
Yep.
And make no doubts, he's totally that's his claim to fame, that he is that way inclined, as in a religious nut, and that's fine if that's what your beliefs are, if that's what your choice is. But then when you start pointing out the inconsistencies of the same book that they're pulling this information out, it's you're taking that out of context.
Why?
Why?
Lots of whys there. Lots of whys.
Arthur's got it because Satan did it.
The idea, I mean, sure, the Antarctica is not, inhabited by, a country worth of people, but there's still inhabitants there. You know what I mean? They work there.
I think I can remember reading something along the lines of there's around about 1,000 to 2,000 people there all year round.
Yeah.
And in the summertime, it goes up to about 4,000 people. And the predominant people that are there are scientists, research people doing research, and all of that type of stuff. I just, they've got buildings there that almost look like hotels, for crying out loud.
Yeah, no, it's kind of ridiculous. It's the same argument, it's like, how do you know what the sun is? Have you been there? It's like, how do you know what the ice wall is? Have you been there? Have you seen the firmament? No, but it must be up there. Well, so must the ISS, and so must the planets, and so must everything else,
Are we sure that the Antarctica was the only continent that wasn't inhabited back then? Like Ireland, every single island on Earth, it was only just Antarctica?
Well, it's hard to know. I mean, so for me, my idea about the flat Earth argument about, look at all these ancient cultures, they all thought it was flat, and so yeah, and they also didn't travel in airplanes and put things in space. You know what I mean? You can imagine a whole tribe of people that never left the immediate area because they had everything they needed.
But funny enough, in saying that though, there were quite a few, we'll call them highly intellectual cultures back in the time, back thousands of years ago, that could predict when the next lunar eclipse was going to happen. They could predict when the next solar eclipse was going to happen. They knew when Venus and or Mars was going to be able to be seen. So on that premise alone, they had a good understanding about the mathematics behind it, and knowing that by knowing those times, there is a good chance they had a very good understanding what shape the Earth was.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past those, some cultures, but the idea that, the immediate land around you, might look indeed flat because you don't really have another vantage point to see it from. The stars and everything, based on whether you saw them last, you might write it down or draw it or something. That's fine. But the idea that we can, call someone, like you and I can call someone in the northern hemisphere and say, hey, take a photo of your moon. You know what I mean? Like, they couldn't do that, could they? So
that's it. And it's like, well, although this is only one example, and I know Terry's gone over this before, Stonehenge. Now, it's one of those things that everyone pretty much knows about, and it would not work on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
it can't work on a flat Earth. It's
And why do they keep
It's impossible.
Why do they keep picking things out of the Bible that have got no scientific basis of the explanation? It's only just a philosophical type explanation.
Yeah. It does annoy me. I mean, the narrative that's all you need and all the rest of it. And I think it's you know, like it's an insult to progression, you know, and progress in what the human race has done in conjunction with learning from old to, you know, taking what's in the old and, you know, applying it and testing it and all the rest of it. I mean, that's how we progress, and that's how we have the things we have now. I mean,
The question from John Rapp: does anyone know if any fossils or frozen animals have been found in Antarctica?
Yes, they have. Yeah.
There is a theory that seems to have a lot of evidence to back it, is that Antarctica was never always at the South Pole, and of course, as all the continents have shifted, Antarctica headed that way. But before it did, it supported a thriving amount of life. Dinosaurs are known to have existed on Antarctica, but that was before it's where it is now, when it wasn't freezing cold and covered in over a mile of ice.
Antarctica has always been covered in ice because that's where we stored the bacon.
Hello, you.
Oh my God. But isn't there a map out there that shows Antarctica drawn without ice on it?
So at one stage, one of those computer simulations that shows where the continents and the tectonic plates have moved to actually links Australia up to Antarctica, brings it up the other side of the Earth, and it's joined into, I think it's somewhere around Chile or somewhere like that. And it joins into like Madagascar, and all that joins kind of magically just works like a jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, funny how it does that.
Yeah, twists and turns and all this wonderful stuff. But look, they don't believe in that stuff either. You know, God did it all. What was it, buddy? 5,000 years ago or some rubbish.
Yeah, well, that's it. They think the age of the Earth is only sort of 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, even though we know we had civilizations of people here way before then.
Yeah,
but don't let the facts get in the way of a bad story.
No, that's the thing, right? It's that holding on to the one narrative. And for me, you take all the cultures, take them all together, and look at all the different connections. I mean, you go forward and then say, look, Islam doesn't say days, literal days. It says very long periods of time. So therefore now you've got this idea that long periods of time, and then we've got coincided with evolution and how many years that took, and all the rest of it. Kind of makes it's leaning towards more a logical outlook. But the idea that we if everything's time and a place type thing, the idea that now our people can take from the old and use the new and make even the modern, that's where it is for me. That's what intellect, logic, consciousness, your life, free will, all these things is, and you have to go against the grain sometimes to have a new idea and all the rest of it. And I think colors and creeds, are important.
Is that your new flat Earth map, Pip?
That's Pangea. There's Australia stuck on Antarctica.
That's the one big supercontinent before it all broke up.
I'd just like to touch on something that Clive well said. Yes, you're right, Clive. There is a light dusting on Antarctica that makes it hard to dig up the fossils, as well as that a couple of inches worth of ice just underneath that dusting of snow.
Yeah.
So if all the continents were on this side of the Earth, what was on the other side?
Wow! Look at water. Where is New Zealand?
I don't know. Put it back up.
I can't bloody see
where
it.
was New Zealand?
Where is it?
So New Zealand is on the edge of two tectonic plates.
I can't see New Zealand. Where? Off the east coast.
Somebody still carries home.
Oh, look at it! Wow. Far out. So Australia turned almost right around.
Sideways. Yep.
Sideways. And
See,
New Zealand
I have
flew off.
see that is proof that Terry is a Kiwi.
No.
It's there.
What?
It's there.
It's-
It's
Oh,
evidence.
no.
It's evidence. It's
Oh
evidence.
no, Australia is New Zealand. Oh,
So hang on, it's me. Because Australia's the continent and New Zealand's nothing but islands, that just makes them more islands of Australia.
Oh, this guy. This guy.
Vanuatu and Papua New Guinea and everything all stuck on his own.
Yes.
You know, it's real
No.
funny.
Yes.
That map from
No.
Clive didn't even show New Zealand in complete total, you know, the whole country, but it did show where I live. It's like the last little bit cut off, showing the bottom of the South Island. Oh, funny. I didn't feel left out completely.
But
There you
just
go.
out of interest, with
Thank you.
with the fact that that is millions of years ago, would New Zealand actually even have been around there as opposed to being created by the shifting of the tectonic plates?
I'd like to think we were around.
I was of the belief, and I may be completely wrong, but a lot of New Zealand was made because it's right on the edge of a tectonic plate itself.
Yeah.
You know, a bit like Hawaii, but not the same. You know, it was.
There's probably better pictures out there. That was just one that was showing all the names of the places.
Yeah, showing how they connect together. But you know, there's also
Mhm.
that mantle that's beneath the waters that's been discovered. So maybe that was up in the air as well. You know, that was
Yep.
actually that broke off and sunk somehow.
Could
And
be,
then-
yeah.
Yeah, no, and I'm like, so the idea that it's not like kind of a combination between New Zealand used to be maybe bigger, and then it got broken off, and that bit sunk with it, and then what's remaining is these two floating islands of paradise.
That's why Melbourne's so effing cold. Yes, you're right, Sam Cam.
Where nothing wants to kill you. It's wonderful. All the deadly animals left jumped onto the big bit of Australia before.
Yeah.
The real non-sec, we only did that so that we could have a never-ending supply of scaffold guys.
Oh, here we go. So we're looking
What
at the
the hell are you
processing.
Oh, just a measly 30 million years ago.
But look,
You're
if-
going backwards. It's going back.
Watch India. You can see that India came crashing into mainland Asia and formed the Himalayas.
So it wasn't
Yeah,
a mount. It wasn't a massive dragon that laid down.
New Zealand's just come off the edge there and it's heading down towards Australia.
There are and never have been massive dragons.
But I've seen the video on YouTube.
I thought it was Himalayan down.
Yeah, do you know, I've seen film of the Avengers and they're not real.
Oh.
The dragon was called Drogon.
Oh, no.
And it helped bring together the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Get your shit fact right.
Spoiler alert, the ice wall isn't real.
It caught the fish.
Wow, look at
It is real. The dragon, the white walking dragon, destroyed it.
Yeah, spoiler alert, it's not
I
real.
haven't seen the end of that. Thank you.
I have video evidence of it existing.
No, you have video, you have film.
Wow.
And I can get, this is one of the few times where I can say, that's CGI.
Whoa, look at that.
No, it's not.
So
Because-
my question, just for a knowledgeable, learned person,
Nobody on
someone,
this panel.
I was about to say, so someone's going to turn around and say no one in here. If all the land masses were on one side of the Earth and all of the water was on the other, as it kind of depicts here, would have it been like an unbalanced wheel as it was spinning through the universe?
No.
Don't think
Or
so.
is it just moving too slow for it to really take effect?
I think it's the same amount of mass, though, isn't it? So it's just arranged differently.
One, yes, your speed, but for all, like, it's basically like an unbalanced car wheel that wouldn't have that big an effect unless you're really out. It would have been interesting, though, to see the some of the storms in the sea, though, when there was
Mm.
absolutely
And the tides.
no landmass to
Oh yeah,
break it up.
The tides would have been horrendous.
Tubular. But yeah, surfs up. How do they know these things? It's incredible.
Oh, where's New Zealand going now? Oh, it's vanished. Couldn't have been New Zealand.
So here we go. Africa is about to meet Europe and Asia, and you can see India is migrating its way across the Indian Ocean.
Whoa, that's cool.
Goes Sri Lanka.
I'm still waiting on New Zealand appearing.
India is going to hit mainland Asia and start forming the Himalayan mountains because it's smacking into it.
Whoa, you really.
Boom, there we go.
Boom.
Wallop.
Oh, so it wasn't the dragon that was
In,
born.
India's snuggling itself in and forming the Himalayas. Greenland has broke off.
Plateau behind them.
Australia's breaking up now.
That's Papua New Guinea now, is it? Being formed above, yeah.
Yeah. And New
And
Zealand just
smash.
appears.
Magic. Whoa! And then it crashes
we carry it on-
it crashes into
So I'm going to get a
Like-
free. I'm going to get a free trip to Japan.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. So
I'm
once
keeping
it
an eye on
joined,
Britain.
and then it smashes. Well,
This
then
is
what
the
happens?
future.
And there goes Antarctica. That's about to go smacking back into
Oh
Australia
man.
again.
Ah.
So New Zealand's taken
Sure.
out bad pretty quickly. All right then. Good to know. It's going to be quick. It's going to be short. It's going to be short and sweet. Boom.
250 million years.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
it's only an
gone.
issue. It's only an issue if you discover the secret to immortality and hang around for 250 million years.
Well, I was about to say this explains why the Chinese government is buying up so much of Australia, because it's going to be their tactical way of taking over Japan.
Yeah, when it joins, when it connects,
Yeah.
they'll just
So-
walk over. You know?
So China are playing the very, very, very long game.
Yeah. Very long
Very
game.
long.
Missed
The
it.
ultimate-
I hope the sun lasts that long for them.
Sun
Oh,
long.
the sun will be fine. Yeah, all this will
If
happen
they've-
way before the sun hands its chips in.
If they're putting this much planning, they deserve to win.
Well, aren't they the oldest civilization still in existence on Earth?
Yep. The ruler's name will be Sun Plan Long.
So, once again, all of the land masses will join back up again.
That's crazy. There'll be awesome surf and no one around to use it.
So the Earth is actually a circular Rubik's cube.
Pretty much.
He knows too much. Get him.
Yeah.
He's broken through the Tesseract mind control system.
I keep telling you, it's not a sphere or an oblate spheroid. It's an irregular polyhedron with an infinite number of sides.
And just because you keep telling us that, Alan, doesn't mean you're right.
But
Alan.
by definition,
He's trying to.
By definition, you're not.
He's trying to disinformation us.
Yeah.
And that's not even a thing.
It is now.
Triassic.
Why not?
yeah, why not? I mean,
Because a polyhedron has defined faces.
Ooh.
if it has an infinite number of faces, it's a sphere.
Yeah, it's
Many
yeah,
sides.
By definition, it's a sphere.
but a polyhedron has defined faces.
Yeah, and if those faces are infinitely small.
I thought Polly was a pretty parrot.
Yeah, Polly is a pretty parrot.
We have a very
Doggies are here.
casually vocal spaceman. Casual.
Bloody noisy buggers in this house.
Yeah.
It's a
Can you tell
dodecahedron.
them to keep quiet, Pip, because we're live.
I've hunted them out.
Yes, Alan, we know.
Spaceman, come in here and prove your assertion.
That was a crazy video.
I was trying to find the other one that I'd seen of these. It was a different one.
With that, I'm going to have to leave you. I'll be listening, so behave.
Oh, yeah,
Don't
leave
make me
here
come
that
back.
long your seat wouldn't even be warm.
See you later.
Yeah, I don't like to wear out my welcome, Terry, so...
I could answer
I just want
that,
to tell you all...
you know I'm polite. Okay, then. Okay.
Exactly, like, and don't worry, I've already got your Kiwi accent running through my head, telling me I'm a certain type of Irish
person.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I'll be listening now.
Okie dokie.
See you later.
Later. Who was that masked man?
Who was the other Kiwi?
Who knows? It's me.
Dick Turnip.
Whoa, let's smash. Look at that. Boom. That's crazy.
What assertion.
I was watching the crash again on that video. It's very
casual.
cool.
Don't get assertion and insertion mixed up, please.
Yeah. That could be nasty.
Horrible. Oh, the horror.
Think of the children.
Think of...
Oh, fucking Nora.
Whoa.
Headsets. You now can't hear
I'm sorry.
What?
Pardon?
My ears are ringing. What? Everyone out there, I hope you're awake now. Far out. Damn.
I think I just blew my eardrum.
I'm trying to figure out what your avatar means today, Sheeples.
Oh.
Anything particular?
It's just a tea in a tree.
Okay.
No, I wanted to play this again.
It's been a while.
Look at him.
Can you tell me about the cube Earth?
Oh, this guy.
I'm not walking away. I just wanted to see what you got. Interesting.
I'm just looking for answers. What do you have to offer?
You think he's going to get a straight answer, a serious answer,
Yeah,
dressed
okay.
up in a suit?
All right, there it is.
Now, does the cube move?
Boom.
Right? Not sure where it's going yet.
That's how silly some people are. They just don't get it.
Okay.
If the Earth were a cube,
Is that Mel B?
we would clearly have edges that we could measure.
You're onto something.
Can I register here?
Interesting.
Do you know where I can do that? Thank you.
Over there.
Oh, well, 6. Carry the 1. Yeah. I could see it being true.
So it was enough for me to show that NASA is lying because what you got there? Yeah, so I'm not buying it.
Hey, take it easy.
I always get a kick out of that.
6 carry the 1.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
I think it's because it was moving the Rubik's Cube round.
Clever.
Oh, I'm sorry, Casual.
What you whinging about? No.
He says my ears.
See, in Scotland, the wind's always in his face. That's Terry only got one eardrum.
More than the rest of us.
All got lesser hearing now. They told me power tools would do it. No.
No.
Live streams with Terry.
I was always told it was going to be the explosives and the guns in the military that did it for me, and using heavy power or heavy machinery. Yeah, no, they were wrong too.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't tell you to look out for Terry's.
I thought it was all those days in buildings with super duper high speed airflow through them, with all the fans humming, keeping the racks of equipment cold.
Again,
Cool.
Terry flying in undetected. Yeah, Alan. You know.
Yeah, under the radar.
Under the radar. Stealth.
Which isn't very hard when you're 400 kilometers away. I have hastened to add.
Stealth attack. He's like laughing along the way. Play. Get you.
Okay, who fell for it this time?
No one can hear. What? What happened?
Casual Spaceman.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, Casual's gone. Goodbye, Casual. Lunzard.
Yeah, I can't.
That's not
I
enough,
wish
though.
you could. I
It's
wish
not
other
enough,
people
it's
could
alright.
time out spanners.
Nah, they haven't given us the power. Pow. Oh, see what he did there?
Yeah.
Soon.
Peter, that's helping. You're not helping them.
Oh, Dora, no. Host.
Oh, that's
Damn
rude.
I got a feeling.
Dora jumped the gun.
Not yet.
Oops! I was a bit late on that one.
Pow. We got 1, 2. 2 twos.
3 twos. There you go.
No,
Casual's out.
Casual's out.
Sam
Sam's
can.
in. That's a
Sam
3.
counts.
3 twos. It's not 1. It's 3. It's 2. The number's 2.
4 twos. B. We'll go for B.
Get rid of them. There's 4 to 3 twos, but it's not 1. It's 2.
See?
See, indeed. See that it was 4.
Don't you want me to help them, Terry?
What happened?
It's very
You wanna catch
sneaky.
them out.
Dot man.
Well, I've got to keep the
Has
peanuts on their toes.
3 twos. Thank you, Rocket.
Is Andrea still around?
Where did I see her today?
In here.
No, she was in here.
She was in for the first Antons, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where she is at the moment because I know what's going to happen. I'm just double checking. You there, Andrea?
Yeah, now you got to
What do
count
you
to
mean
20
new
before
rules,
they
Marty
hear it.
Moose? They're always the same rules.
Casual said 2-1 anyway, which means I win. Oh.
Haven't you ever heard of bending rules?
There is no
Anyway,
rule.
I will refer you to Rule 1.
Exactly. Yes. Rule D will send you
And
to
no,
Rule 1.
no response from Andrea, so I'm guessing she's not here.
Okay, we're safe.
Think so.
Terry, do we have to
What?
put the rules up? Do we have to put the
Yeah,
rules up?
yeah, okay, we have to put the rules up.
Put the rules up, Terry.
Okay, put the rules up, Terry.
Only if you want to, though. It's your decision.
No, I think.
Of course. In accordance with Terry and everything that's Terry only. Rules. What rules?
What rules?
Who said what
Press
rules?
play, please. Mip it
Oh, Sam.
2020.
Rules. Where we're going, we don't need rules.
I'll just use the same. Yeah, we haven't got one with the... Okay, we'll just use that one then.
That was a loud bang.
That's Alan.
Should I reply with a double clap?
No, I just need to move it again a little bit.
Screw the rules, Rocket says. Oh.
I agree.
What a rebel.
Rules are made to be broken.
Oh,
Time him out. Time him out.
What do you want? Do you want him timed out? Do you want Casual timed out because of what he said?
Yeah.
Don't blame me, Casual. This is Sheepy wanted you timed out, not me.
That's a bit harsh.
So you can't blame me for that.
Terry decided to do it. His word is final. What am I meant to do? Now, Marty, refer to the screen. Mostly rule 1 and D. D will send you to rule 1.
So, Sam.
And Sam, yep, Sam Cam, there are rules.
So just confirming here, Sheeple. By getting Terry to time out Casual, wasn't that attacking the person?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was the argument. It was the argument.
Oh,
he said I was brown nosing. He said I was brown nosing Terry when in fact if you look carefully, exactly, you made a claim. You look carefully. All I was doing was following rule 1.
All right. I just confirming.
No, and he can hear me, although he can't type to me.
Actually, it was not only were you rule 1, you were rule D as well, weren't you?
Exactly.
Exactly. He ruled D first.
Yeah, I ruled D because I felt that I was being attacked. I was rule 3, rule D, because it's kind of like rule 3. What happens? Look down. Rule 3 to D to 1. It's just beautiful. It works.
Oh dear.
No money in the swear jar.
John's trying to be pedantic here.
There's nothing wrong with being fickle and pedantic. It adds for a good argument.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Were we voting?
It was
2.
2. Oh, that's right. 2.
Exactly, Sam. If you disagree with rule 2, refer to rule 1. That's right. That's correct.
Rule 1. Rule
That's
1,
correct.
brown noser.
When Casual's going to come in here and bite our heads off.
So you'll notice there, rocket scientists didn't actually attack you, Sheeples.
Don't let him in, Terry.
He was attacking the argument.
Exactly. Oh, that's
Rocket scientist.
Uh-oh.
Rocket scientist, you've got the link to come in, if you want to have it out.
Yes, come in and sort him out.
Rocket. I'm not a puppet. I'm loyal to the Terry of all Terry. There's a difference.
Press play, please, Terry.
Oh, okay. Press play. Play. Where's the play button? Oh, that's right.
I'd like to consider myself Terry's New Zealand hitman. No, dealing casually with spacemen.
Anyone want to guess if Casual's going to retype in the peanut gallery when he first comes back, or is he going to come in here on the panel? One of the two.
We're going to try to talk a little bit more about what may have existed before our universe, if anything. We're going to discuss this new study that came out very recently that may actually present at least one answer of what existed before our own universe, before the universe expanded, and obviously before the Big Bang itself. So let's talk a little bit more about this, and welcome to What the Math.
I'm doing the Big Bang at the moment. I'm in the other Big Bang.
But before we start though, I really have to say that right now, as of today, we kind of have no idea if anything did exist before the Big Bang, and if anything was out there before the universe came to be. As of today, as of 2020, our understanding of the timeline of the universe kind of stops somewhere right here. Basically, a few fractions of a second after the initial creation of the universe. Now, even at this point, there are still some speculations that things may have gone differently, but for the most part, we kind of don't really know if anything at all existed here. However, at least one scientist, this wonderful person, Roger Penrose, has been arguing about the idea that the universe itself has been created and destroyed several times over the eons of existence. This concept usually goes by this name, although sometimes it's known by different names as well, and generally we refer to it as cycles of time. And even though you may have never heard of Penrose before, he's actually on par with Stephen Hawking in terms of various ideas and theories he proposed over the years. He's one of the most distinguished modern theoretical physicists and has won a lot of different awards. But anyway, that's not really the important part. Today we're really trying to figure out what exactly is he proposing and does it have any merit. So in his theories, what he suggests is that if we were to try to go back in time and essentially reach the point where the Big Bang started happening, which is of course this point right here somewhere, there might be signs for us, or there might be actual evidence there that suggests that something else may have existed. And for many years he suggested that we can actually see these signs in the so-called cosmic microwave background. Now you might remember what cosmic microwave background is. This is the so-called CMB. And essentially this is the first light we get to see from the beginning of the universe, when approximately 375,000 years ago, the universe itself cooled down enough for various protons and electrons to start combining, creating a lot of neutral atoms and thus allowing the light to actually move around the universe. It was no longer opaque, it was no longer absorbing light. So some of this first light is what we see in the CMB. And over the past few decades, our ability to see the CMB has improved quite dramatically. This is from back in 2003, and this is the most recent one from 2013. So the accuracy of us seeing this light, this first light in the universe, is improved enough for us to actually see specific details in it. And according to Penrose, in this CMB, in these lights, you can actually find clues suggesting what happened before the Big Bang. And for a very long time he was absolutely adamant, he was pretty certain that we could actually see the remains of the past universe in this CMB. In other words, we could possibly see the signs of the previous universe or whatever else existed before our own universe. And so it's really interesting that he's been pursuing this for many years now, and a few weeks ago his team released another paper suggesting that there's actually quite a definitive sign in the CMB that suggests something may have happened before our universe. And that something was very likely extremely massive, extremely large black holes that disappeared over time. So here's what they actually proposed they found in these observations from the cosmic microwave background. By looking at the older data and combining it with the newer data, they were able to identify several pieces of evidence suggesting that there were these unusual and relatively large rings that were apparent in some of the data that could only be explained as some kind of artifact from whatever happened prior to the existence of our own universe. And some of these rings and some of these unusual formations in the CMB are usually explained with the early turbulence in the existence of the universe, but some of them are difficult to explain without introducing some other ideas. And in this case, they believe that some of these very specific formations can only be explained by something else that happened in the past. Basically something that influenced our own universe even before the universe began itself. And they're proposing the following. They're basically saying that these extremely massive black holes that existed at the end of the last universe started to emit a lot of Hawking radiation, which we know very likely is being emitted by all kinds of black holes in our own universe right now as well. And due to the sheer size and mass of these black holes, the effects were so large that they now are visible in our own universe through these unusual rings and other deformations in the CMB. Which kind of implies that the last universe very likely ended with the existence of these really massive black holes during the so-called last black hole age of the universe. Today we believe that maybe at the end of our universe we'll have something similar where nothing but black holes are left, and eventually even these giants will evaporate, leaving nothing behind. So in some sense, the evidence from the CMB does seem to suggest, at least according to Penrose, that this is exactly what happened with the last universe before the Big Bang caused our universe to begin as well. So in other words, what he's suggesting is that all of these ancient black holes from the previous universe, as they evaporated one by one, left little marks that are now seen in the CMB of our own universe. And this is something that's kind of really difficult to wrap your head around, but he does explain it using a lot of theoretical physics and a lot of modern theories that do kind of suggest that maybe he's right. However, there is a small problem with all of this, and the problem is that according to his theories, all of the universes will then end the same. They will all end up with the so-called Big Crunch, where essentially the entire universe slowly condenses into a tiny point yet again until the restart of the new cycle. But the problem here, of course, is with the evidence we have from the last year or so. There was a study that seems to actually discredit this, suggesting that the universe will most likely end up ripping itself apart, the event we refer to as the Big Rip. The evidence for this was quite substantial, and I've talked about this last year, so in that sense there's a bit of a contradiction. Unless, of course, our universe is completely different from the previous universe. Maybe what's happening now is something unique and something that hasn't happened before. But at the moment, there is nothing to say that he's actually wrong, and there is a lot of evidence to suggest that he is right. Unless someone can explain some of these observations in the CMB using some other idea or some other theory. For now, there's no better explanation. And although still theoretical, this proposal can of course explain a lot of other things. There's actually a lot of really interesting other theories that he proposes, including the so-called information panspermia, which basically implies that technically by using the communication between the previous universe and this universe, some super advanced extraterrestrial intelligence could have actually found a way to transfer all of the information about life to our universe to begin it here as well. And all of this cosmological information could have actually been also stored in the CMB, eventually making its way to various planets across the universe. Now this is a really far-fetched idea, there's really currently no proof of any of this, but it's still an interesting idea to explore, especially as we learn more and more about the CMB itself. There are still quite a lot of mysteries about this unusual background radiation. But unfortunately, all of this is still very theoretical. It's going to be extremely difficult to prove any of this, and we'll need a lot more, much more powerful observations of both the CMB and the universe around us to try to see if any of this makes any sense. At the same time, trying to disprove this is also quite difficult because, once again, we don't have enough data or any alternative theories to try to suggest that these ideas are incorrect. So for now, it's something to think about, something to ponder, and I guess in some sense, it's good to know that at least one scientific study was able to prove the existence of so-called cyclical universes across the ages. In other words, the universe being created and destroyed. We obviously don't know how many times, or if the other universe was different in any way in terms of the actual physics. But all we know for now is that there are definitely going to be a lot of follow-up studies to try to talk a little bit more about this, especially from the theoretical physics perspective. But until then, unfortunately, that's kind of all we know. It's definitely a really cool idea, but for now, it's kind of just an idea. So once we learn more, I'll make sure to follow this up with another video. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe consider supporting this channel on Patreon. It does help me quite a lot. Alternatively, you can also support this channel by buying the beautiful wonderful person t-shirt that you can find in the description. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Somebody tell me why the hell I'm up. I was supposed to start work in 5 hours.
We don't know.
I don't
Why
know.
the hell are you up?
Because this working at home screwed up my sleep cycle.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting what day it is.
Well, the sun will be up in a minute, so...
TV show is magnetic.
Hey sheeple, how are your feet doing?
What?
You've been dancing for Terry all night. I thought your feet might be sore.
Woo! Shots fired from Canada.
That's like an orbital. It has to go to orbit and come back down. It's not even like a. It's like a rocket. I gotta launch a rocket to get there.
I don't have sore feet because I'm on strings. I never touch the ground.
Speaking of Canada, what's your view on the debate the other day that happened?
Which one are you referring to?
Ham.
Canadian bacon.
Oh, that one. That was. You know what? That was funny. It was fun to watch. It was cool. The funny thing is, I don't eat bacon, so it wasn't like I had invested anything into it. So
just shows you the state of the flat Earth side debate.
Although I just think it's biased because the majority of the audience was American, so of course they're going to vote in favor of Chase.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, so I'd have to disagree with you though.
I admit that Factard's presentation was a lot better than Crash's.
No, I'm sorry. The audience was not a proper normal distribution.
Ah. I'm only going by the visual part of it. Like I don't know if Crash even brought up any documentation or citations or anything.
The only citation I think Crash brought up was the recipe to make ham.
Oh, okay.
Which happened to be exactly the same to make Canadian bacon.
Okay. I thought you just get a pig, you cut it up, and there's your meat.
I think the same thing, yeah.
Ham's cured with like a brine or similar.
yeah, cured ham, yeah.
Terry, did you see the joke that I posted in the debate?
No.
Was green? It smells like pork.
Yeah.
Oh, that one. Yeah. And we all know who that is.
That was terrible, but I had to put that up.
That's an old one, that one.
I know, but I'm an old guy too, so what the hell?
There could be 10 answers for that. Well, then again, how many fingers does a frog have?
Well, we're talking about Kermit, obviously, but we're talking about the frog, not any frog.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks like we're down to...
Hopefully Grim doesn't see the video you just played.
Doesn't come in here. I haven't seen him come in here.
No, I don't think he does.
A lot of people seem to stay away from my channel to watch it for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, we know Mr. Oakley watches it later on and posts horrible comments to you.
Yeah.
Is he really? I think guy's a douchebag anyways.
And who pray tell was downvoted?
Again,
one downvote.
Again? There's somebody out. No, I got two. I got two or one.
No, you got one. Do you want another one?
No.
There you go.
No.
There you go.
I don't want another one. There's 39. There's 39.
Oh, you got three. There you go, Terry.
I got 39 watching and 25 plus 2. That's 27. There's 41 watching. So out of 41 people, the votes don't match.
Right, I'm back. Sorry, I had a nail emergency.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, out of the 40, well, one just dropped. Yeah, I only see one thumb down, sorry.
As usual.
Yeah, one thumb down.
Well, there's another one. Up.
They've just voted.
There's 28.
They've just thumbed up. Oh, no.
Should I put my vote back where it was, Terry?
No, I've got one down, so that'll stay there.
Curse all your downvotes.
Okay.
Curse.
Out of 40, and I've got 30 votes thumbs up and down. That's not too bad of a.
Oh, you're up to 5 thumbs down now, Terry.
Who's doing that? Oh.
Curse.
Somebody's playing silly buggers.
Yeah, somebody's been silly buggers.
I don't have that many soccer accounts. I can't see that.
Curse all your cursing downvotes.
Okay. What are we up to?
See?
Going to do some voodoo.
Yeah, I can see the two, Dave. Oh, Casual's back. How's your holiday, Casual?
It was Terry.
No, it was Sheeples. He told me to do it.
It's not Dave for a change. 4. You're sitting at 4, Terry. 4 thumbs down now.
Pew.
It's going up and down like a bride's nightie.
They normally just go up.
What you mean end up being a scarf?
Or on the floor next to the bed, one or the other.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, have I got that flirpy sock troll somebody?
Oh, they gave you a thumb up. Can't be that bad, surely.
Curse all your cursed thumb downs. Curse.
A B A Z. Andrea,
Curse.
you were there.
Zed.
We were asking were you there before.
Make it down, Dave.
Your boyfriend was on just then. You missed him. What is B? Yeah, I know, Lynn. Some people have been sneaky with the bee. Well, that's a honey bee. It says when you put your thing over it.
Clever.
So A B A B A B. Doesn't help.
3 A's.
Andrea says her feet slipped.
3 A's.
Okay, 3 A's. A.
I bet it was that empty bottle.
Oh, we've got an empty bottle. Where?
I bet he came and he downvoted. I think that's what happened. He was out of vape juice.
If empty bottle was out of vape juice, he'd be over on Unirock's channel asking for it.
Got some to spare, man.
I'll get you halves in a bottle. I've got $2.50.
I know you got some.
Oh, the pigeon's playing on my roof again.
B gang let you down. I agree. Casual's having a J.
Any peanuts want to guess who the last video is, or the second last?
I was about to say something. I realized I'm not a peanut at this moment.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're not a peanut. Not now. You're not.
Yep. Graduated to panel.
Should be asleep.
Oh, they don't seem to want to guess.
Are you working from home, or do you have to go into somewhere?
No, it's working from home, so literally I can just roll out of bed and get a coffee and back sitting here. So it's fine.
Dora.
If I get like minimum 4 hours sleep is fine. I have a stupid habit of like working and then taking a nap for like 2 hours in the afternoon and then working for a couple. Like it's a totally messed up schedule.
Dora guessed Pip. Loon guessed Bob.
Well, everything's messed up at the moment.
Wrong.
Why is that casual? Why are you being demoted to a peanut today? You can't come on the panel.
Yeah. Nobody stopped them coming in, did they?
Yeah, well, you're working, you're doing your hospital thing. Yeah, ambulance. What do you call it?
Patient transport.
Patient transport thing, yeah.
Well, that's a good service.
I have lots of vape use. I sell it to you now at twice the price, love.
Empty bottles all stocked up. It kind of goes against your name then.
Tidy.
Bonnie. Of course I can be objective. Of course I can think critically.
Just for some background information, CE5 stands for Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind.
I'll try and not be a one-trick pony. I'll try to think objectively.
And these protocols I'm going to explain were coined by Dr. Stephen Greer, called the CE5 protocols.
Somebody get this guy a tripod or something, will you? He's not making it easy for me and we haven't even started yet.
Go nuts on my nuts.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Playing a Blinder with me, the Creaky Blinder. Now today's video, I'll be honest with you, I was quite surprised to receive it because it was sent to me by Patrick Moore, which massively shocked me because, for one, I didn't know he subscribed to me, and I also thought that he died in 2012. Today's video is from a channel called Engaging the Phenomenon. And it's all about how to contact alien life. It's all about how to contact alien life. So stick around and we'll check it out. Tidy!
So the idea here with CE5 is that based on the long history, which is basically irrefutable at this point.
Loving the confidence. But can you use irrefutable to describe something historical? Just because it's been around a long time, that doesn't mean it's accurate or true. Unfalsifiable maybe, but irrefutable?
UFOs and UFO intelligence or extraterrestrial intelligence have the ability to tap into people's awareness, consciousness, and mind.
Wicked! This sounds really plausible, and I am certain, beyond all certainty, that you're going to be providing umpteen examples of extraterrestrials tapping into the human consciousness. Anyone who uses air quotes, they've got me.
So what we're going to do with that is turn that around and use the mind and consciousness, awareness, and attention directed to invite an encounter.
But I thought you said that E.T. was going to contact me. I didn't realize I had to put in some effort. I've suddenly lost all enthusiasm for this. Consciousness refers to your individual awareness of your own unique thoughts, memories, sensations, feelings, the environment you're in. Your consciousness actually is your awareness, kind of. And your awareness is subjective, and completely unique to you. So imagination then. We're going to imagine an alien has contacted us. Okay.
So basically the CE5 protocols are as follows. I'm going to just briefly explain a few steps and then go through it very shortly. So the idea is you're going to pick a field site. It can be your backyard, doesn't really matter. So you want a safe location where you're not going to be disturbed and you have a decent view of the sky. Then you are going to do your meditation just to center, calm yourself to a tranquil state So there's minimum distractions and you can tap into the field of awareness.
Right, let me stop you there, air quote boy. Don't bring meditation into this. There is nothing woo about meditation. I've been meditating myself for a long time, and there is nothing magical. There is no mystical power behind it. It is simply the ability to sit quietly with your eyes closed and to relax and gather your thoughts. No magic or woo is involved. Well, how else do you think I manage to stay this calm all the time, considering the type of content I make?
After that, you're going to do CTS, the coherent thought sequencing.
I thought coherent thought was thought that was impossible to misunderstand. So, are we to believe that you can think contact with an alien into existence? Is that where we're going with this? Obviously, with the help of meditation, which you have now completely ruined for me forever.
And after that, you can use fieldwork tools like a laser, which is it's a safety issue, so I would minimize that if possible, but it is used. People use electromagnetic detectors to detect any kind of electromagnetic phenomenon, and night vision or cameras to try to capture any phenomena that occurs during your field work.
Equipment as well? Right, okay, fine. Now, the laser pointer I get, because they're fun. See a UFO? Shine it in the pilot's eyes. Bob's your granny, Fanny's your nanny. Alien spacecraft on the ground, you're gonna have a chinwag. But the electromagnetic wave doohickey, I don't get, because electromagnetic waves are everywhere. LED lights, just to give one example.
So basically, what you're going to do is you can do it inside or outside.
This is getting so confusing. Now we can do it inside or outside, but what about the essential view of the sky? My house has got a roof on it. I'm posh.
You're going to do a meditation technique of your choice. Do meditation for, I'd say, a minimum of 20 minutes, just to center yourself. When you reach that centered, calm, and tranquil state where your awareness is more apt to tap into expanded awareness and the field of consciousness, then you're going to do what is called coherent thought sequencing. And this is the remote viewing part of Dr. Greer's protocols.
Remote viewing.
So you're going to intend gently to see any kind of ET craft or UFOs, advanced non-human intelligence, and you're going to intend to connect with them peacefully. So you want to, that's also part of the meditation, the calm, tranquil state, with an open mind, and you want to invite them to your location.
I intend for this video to get 2 million views, but it's not going to, no matter how much I want it to. Or is it? Don't forget to share this video, everyone. Basically what you're saying, from my understanding, which obviously is far better than yours, because yeah, it just is. What you're saying is that if you wish it, it'll happen. Reminds me a bit of Brian Griffin's book, Wish It, Want It, Do It. And it sounds equally as ridiculous, if you don't mind me saying so.
But while you're doing this coherent thought sequencing, what you're doing is you're allowing yourself to view any UFOs or ET beings or non-human intelligence beings, wherever they may be.
But that's just called imagination.
Out in space or in the universe or in another dimension, and you're going to, in a single stream of awareness, you're going to guide them to your location. So the way that Dr. Greer explains this is because his ideology on this is that these are extraterrestrial beings that are interstellar, that have trans-dimensional capabilities. So they can go interstellar if they want to, kind of by skipping through dimensions.
Right, humour me. I got to make sure that I understand what this guy means. Everybody close your eyes. I'll do the same thing. Now imagine that you're stood in your back garden. Are you doing it? Keep your eyes closed. Now imagine that you're raising up from the ground, heading towards the sky. You can just feel yourself going through the clouds. Now you're above the clouds. You're continuing to rise. You're just breaking through Earth's atmosphere and entering space. Now then, if what this guy is saying is correct, when we open our eyes, we're all going to be in a lot of trouble because there's no oxygen in space, so we're all going to suddenly choke and fall back down to Earth. So let's give it a try. On 1, 3, 2, 1. Just as I suspected, I'm still here. Liar.
So you're going to visualize or remote view. If you can remote view, otherwise fake it till you make it.
Fake it till you make it. Very scientific.
And do like an advanced form of calm visualization.
I promised at the beginning of this video, and I'm not one to break promises easily, but I promised that I would try and keep an open mind and that I would try and think as critically as I possibly can. Or at least I said I would try to. But that was before we got this far into the video. All this guy is basically telling you to do is learn how to use your imagination. And I think we're all capable of doing that anyway. Visualizing something doesn't mean it's gonna materialize. I mean, if it did, I'd have 100 million quid in the bank. Because I visualize that all the time. Have you ever imagined yourself driving a Ferrari down Route 66? No? Just me then. But it hasn't happened yet. And without some blind luck, I imagine it won't, as much as I'd like it to. So your desire for something to happen doesn't always mean that that thing is gonna happen. I thought you were gonna teach us how to communicate with aliens, because believe it or not, I really do believe aliens exist. I don't believe that they've been to Earth yet. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Who knows? Maybe they already have been, and I'm completely wrong. I don't know, one way or the other. But I do know, for a fact, that imagining something doesn't make it real.
And what you're going to do is you're going to visualize your field site. Then you're going to visualize your general area on the Earth. Then you're going to visualize space in the solar system. Then you're going to visualize deep space and, going out through the universe, and intend to see these beings or entities. And then you're going to use that same visualization backwards and show back again in your mind deep space, our solar system, the Earth, your location on Earth, and then down to your exact field site where you are. You can even visualize yourself coming down above yourself. And you can go back and forth through this process for another 10 to 15 minutes of advanced visualization or remote viewing. That's the coherent thought sequencing, and that's the idea that you're using your consciousness to vector the UFO intelligence to your field site.
Well, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. What a dick. All you're doing is describing what a person would do if they were imagining what you just described.
But these are the general steps of a simplified CE5. Now you can expect to see
nothing.
Flashes of light, orbs in the sky, and depending on how close the encounter can be, you can see orbs and flashes of like bursts of light down on the ground level or mid-air, in the proximity of the actual field site, but not all the way out in the sky or not in space. You can actually manifest in your field area. So you might see like a burst of light come out of nowhere, an orb just move by, usually really quickly. It's very hard to capture. But these are the simplified steps for CE5. I always recommend you take this seriously when you do it.
Tidy! Well, it would seem that maybe this self-isolation is having more of a negative effect on me than I actually thought. But anyway, thank you everyone for making it this far into a video. Remember, stay at home, stay safe, Don't be one of these bellends who's sneaking out willy-nilly, because the longer people continue to do that, the longer we are going to be stuck in our homes. Don't forget to give the video a like, hit the subscribe button, turn on bell notifications, do all the other bits, bobs and doohickeys. I'm the Creaky Blinder, and I will see you in the next video, which will be soon, I hope. Bye-bye. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Flashes of light on the ground from the aliens. That must be Rendlesham Forest then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or was that just awkwardness? Or was that just awkwardness lighthouse shining through the trees?
Yeah, Rendlesham Forest was just somebody getting their own back on the Yanks.
Well, of course it's somebody getting their own back on the Yanks. Why would we not want to get our own back on the... Yeah. Probably just Orford Nest Lighthouse through the trees, they think, don't they?
Well, I've seen another theory that it was actually certain British servicemen having a laugh with the Yanks.
Could I just say something? What the hell are you talking about? Thank you very much.
Rendlesham. You've never heard of it?
Never heard of it. No. I might be the only one.
It's the British version of Area 51.
Okay.
Yeah, it is right outside of RAF Bentwaters, an American. Were they F-111s or A-10s? At the F-111s, weren't they?
F-111s. Bentwaters was an A-10 base.
Yeah, no, but before it was A-10s, it was F-111s.
Sorry, Ash. Now.
Because they sold their F-111s
you
to
had to
Australia.
ask, Pip.
I had to ask. Oh dear. Right, okay, I got you now then. I just had no idea what you were talking about. I'm probably the only one, but never mind.
Pip, you're probably not the only one, but probably not the only one that's probably too afraid to ask.
F4 Phantoms.
Oh, look out, Mad. Look out, Mad's here.
Yeah, they were.
Did we wake you up, Mad? Sorry.
And
There
it's
you
naked.
been.
Yeah, keep
Mad
the
would
noise
know.
down.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mad,
keep the
why are you
noise
naked?
down. I don't know. Done exactly what I did before. I'll be back. Yeah. I must have put my jumper on upside down. Laters.
Yep.
Anyway.
So make sure the app's open and just click the link. Boom.
Yeah, it works when I change my avatar each time. Now I click the link. Seems to be connected to that. Like, oh, you are there. Apparently they're removing Zoom, though.
Don't forget, if your avatar's not going to work one night, we're going to do an open camera night.
Oh, Terry, you make me do that and I'll do it naked.
Told you, I'm washing my hair that night.
I don't care. I'll go on camera, but I'll be naked.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that movie Fifth Element?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he comes to the door and he tries to rob whatever the guy's. Well, Bruce Willis. He's got that picture of the room outside.
He's got a picture of the hallway on his
The
head,
hallway,
so
yeah.
But
That's
the
what's going to be
cameras
like.
don't see him, they see the hallway. Yeah.
That's right. I'm going to take a picture of my couch or something and then just put that up on the thing.
No.
That sounds like a good idea.
Sheeple, you print out a picture of your avatar and just hold the avatar in front of the camera.
Yeah, that's a cheat's way of doing it.
I'll bloody 3D print some holders to click onto my laptop, you know? I found the perfect layer. No.
Well, Sheeple, you could take it to the next level. Make a holder that holds your mobile phone in front of your laptop's camera. Then you could put a movie on, like Alan's, like one of those.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Irish Stew says, Scotty Harrington?
No.
So we must be up to B.
Jeez, I'd like to know what's happened to young Scotty at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it'd be
Mad
interesting
B.
to find out.
We're up
Three
up to
times.
B.
I've just opened Zoom. 3 bloody times. And a third time. Yay!
Yay!
Third time's a charm.
And now with all that, we're going to say good night, Mad.
Okay, night.
He's lying. We're up to B.
Oh, somebody's keeping track.
What?
What?
Well, we had A.
Oh, okay. Well, you're the only one that mentioned it, so the others mustn't be keeping track then.
And then Marty Moose said, "The B gang let me down." So that reminded me.
Okay, who thinks that they know who the last one is?
Oh, I can guarantee it's not the casual
Doris says,
spaceman.
"Good night, Matt."
I'll guarantee it's not the casual spaceman.
Definitely not casual spaceman. No.
Only because he hasn't released a video for a while.
Mm.
Yeah. Scott says, "Where's the quiz?"
That's clever, Marty.
Where's the quiz? Oh no, not tonight, Scott. I'm collecting the quiz questions. Probably take me another couple of weeks to get enough of them. Pip?
You read what Marty Moose read?
Yeah, we're gonna have it. Yes, we will have a Oh shit! Somebody mentioned the casual space spacehead. He wasn't supposed to come in. He said his children were noisy.
The space pirate.
I don't see him. Or is he coming in?
Yeah,
there he is.
He is now.
Oh, there he is.
He's
definitely time to finish then.
I'll do the same thing, Matt.
No, it's not me, peoples.
Right, you in now, casual?
No.
What? Who? What? Mad left. What did Mad go for? What did Mad do?
You told him it was done, so he left.
No, we're not done.
I don't know.
Mad might have pressed the wrong button.
Not here. It's somebody else.
Jeez, casual, you sound like you're talking into a tin cup.
No, it sounds like he's talking into his shoe.
Done anything different in the audio?
If the shoe's talking back, then we should start worrying.
No, have you
been for your morning jog around the block today, casual?
Oh yeah, 100 times at least.
Oh yeah, sure.
Is he sitting on his mic?
I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything different than I've done before.
Are you in a jumper?
Well, a cardigan.
I am in Mars. I'm on Mars.
You sound like it.
You do sound like it. The delay is.
Does anyone know what happened to Matt? Oh, here he is. Matt's back again.
Hello, Matt.
No, we're still in Discord.
He's coming in now.
There you go.
I don't know what happened. I didn't touch it.
Connecting the audio. There we are.
Yeah.
Hello.
What did you do, Matt?
Nothing. It just closed. It went, bye.
No.
Oh, no.
We thought you'd left because Rocket Science said bye to you. That we were
the
finished.
Illuminati heard Terry and disconnected you.
I reckon Terry did.
No, I wouldn't. If I kick you out, you can't get back in.
I can't get back in.
No, you can't get back in if I kicked you out.
Yeah, but this is just your head speaking. I'm not really in.
Oh, exact.
Love this guy.
Okay, this is the last video. We do have a story, but I've got two to pick from, so I've got to work out which one I've got to play.
I was recently listening to Ride the Lightning.
What's that word say above there?
Play.
It says play, does it?
G'day ladies and gentlemen, the Butsman here. I hope you're doing well, etc. This is an important video, alright? I'm about to trash millennials. I'm a millennial, but I'm going to trash them anyway. And the reason I'm going to trash millennials is because I recently found out that my show this year, at the end of the year, in Canberra, had to be changed venue because the university people involved in the university, one group of absolute whingers decided that I was far too offensive, they were too offended by my stand-up, and that the university as a whole couldn't deal with this horrible piece of shit, aka fucking me, coming to their university and telling jokes. I fucking hate millennials. Fuck you to the moon. Millennials are people who are born from the year 1981 to 1996, which is a lot of the people that watch this channel. Now, I just want to let you know that if you do watch this channel, please rest assured that I'm not talking about you. This is your get out of jail free card. You're not a fuckwit. You're a good motherfucker. But everyone else can suck a big fat pork sword, and this is the 3 reasons that I think millennials absolutely suck. But first, this video is brought to you by the good motherfuckers at Surfshark VPN. You need to secure your digital life. We spend 6 to 8 hours every single day on the internet. The internet knows a lot about us. And that's why we should take care of our online data. Use Surfshark to encrypt your people so you can get anywhere near it. They're mobile roaming to seek your past content from overseas with the UK unique features. HackLock, a functionality designed to give you alerts should click the link in the description below or go to surfshark.deals/Butsman and use my promo code Butsman to get 83% off and your first month for free. Right, back to millennials. Reason number 1. They're just offended by everything. Political correctness is the number 1 worry on all of their lists. And it's just fucking sad. My generation is full of snowflakes, pussies, weak motherfuckers. It's hilarious. They can't handle jokes. They can't handle any ideas that is not theirs. They cannot have a conversation or a debate with someone who disagrees with them. They freak out, they melt, and they run away from confrontation. White privilege. All men are pigs. It's everyone else's fault, not my fault. Everyone gets a participation award. There's no winners. There's no losers. Be proud of who you are. Unless you're white, are all ideas brought forward by millennials and installed by millennials, and I fear we won't be able to get rid of because of millennials. I used to hate the term harden the fuck up, because there are times where it's okay to be emotional and have a sensitive side. But seriously, millennials, harden the fuck up. Being offended by everything is on you and you alone. It's not anybody else's fault. You are weak if you are offended by everything. It's no one else's problem, issue, or fault. It is yours. If you get offended by things that no one else seems to get offended by and you worry and you think, why is no one else getting offended by it? Is because it's not fucking offensive, you turd. If you find something ridiculous offensive, then take that shit to your grave, okay? You weak little fat child. Fuck you. Which brings me to reason number 2. They hate Seinfeld.
Nothing for you. They are some of the most memorable lines in TV comedy history.
We're not gay.
Like Seinfeld.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
But those classic Seinfeld episodes are coming under fire from a younger generation of viewers. Millennials are rewatching Seinfeld and saying it's super offensive.
Now, I love Seinfeld. I watch it all the time. I've been watching it a lot since we've all been locked in our own homes. I thoroughly enjoy it. It is one of the best or most well-written shows of all time. But believe it or not, millennials fucking hate Seinfeld. It's racist, it's sexist, Jerry is a piece of shit. He's probably anti-Semitic, all that type of business.
My dad was a collector. I inherited them after he died from a long, painful bout with
Super Bowl.
Dude, I'd be offended too. That's my dead dad's stuff.
I said no.
No means no.
No means no. Except sometimes it means I'll say maybe or yes if you ask several more times. Other than that, it means no.
He wants to play with her toys.
This episode kind of made me a little bit uncomfortable.
Jerry is playing with army dolls, and that makes you uncomfortable? Fuck you to the moon.
I have a headache. Can you just get me an aspirin?
Oh, I remember this part. Yep.
Will not cause drowsiness.
Deceitful little Jerry here, man.
May cause drowsiness.
This is so f***ed up.
It's a joke. It's a comedy. It's Jerry wanting to play with dolls, toys, even though he's on a date with an attractive woman. That's the bit.
This would totally be controversial in a day like today.
That's legit not funny.
Is Jerry gonna go full Bill Cosby on her? I hope not. Probably not. I have watched this episode before. From memory, he doesn't. But these people are acting like he's literally gonna fuck their mouths instead of just go over and play with the toys because they fell asleep because of the drowsy medication. There's a difference. There's a big fucking difference.
The show came out in like the 70s or 80s, right?
90s.
90s? That cannot have been chill in the 90s.
Oh, shut the fuck up, all right? If this was a drama and not a comedy and you had someone like Barack Obama walking around doing this type of shit, then okay, I understand. You can be a little bit weird about it, but not when it's a comedy and it's so silly and so ridiculous that Jerry's trying to do this that you are not allowed to be offended by it, you fucking child.
Try some 70s British comedies. My God.
Oh, this pissed me off.
Oh, you suck as a human being.
Sure, how much? $100? You're on.
Wait a second. Count me in on this.
I like Kramer. That's like the one thing I got out of it. Kramer is kind of funny.
You like Kramer? I can't wait to find it. I can't wait till she finds out what Kramer got up to after Seinfeld. It'll be great.
I want to be in on this too.
Oh, no. It's a different thing because you're a woman.
So what?
Oh, look at this bitch just snarling. What the fuck is wrong with you? This episode, the competition, it is probably my favourite episode. It's where they all try not to have a wank for the longest period of time. The winner gets the money. And then Elaine comes along and says, hey, well, I'm going to join in too. And everyone freaks out. They go, oh my God, you're a woman. We don't want to think about that. We don't want to talk about that. You're our friend. We don't want to hear about you flicking the bean. And of course, all these millennials are freaking out because that's sexist, racist, homophobic, anti-Semitic, all that type of shit. But of course, it's not at all. It's just dudes talking about wanking and not including a lady not because women don't masturbate, but because they're men talking about wanking. It's the same as if I turned up at fucking McLeod's daughter's front yard and said, hey ladies, how about we see who can go the longest without having a wank? It would be weird. It would be weird.
Female masturbation.
Boy, I'm in the mood for a cheeseburger.
No, we gotta go to the soup place.
What soup?
The soup Nazi.
He's secretly referred to as the soup Nazi.
You can't be throwing that word around nowadays.
Why can't you say Nazi? It's a word. And it's a great episode. The Soup Nazi is one of the best ever.
Dude, the most it got out of me was just a light exhale. The show is just not that funny to me. In terms of comedy, no. Not really.
Oh, suck a fat dick, Brendan. Sorry, Brandon. If you hate Seinfeld, I hate you too. Ladies and gentlemen, reason number 3 that I hate millennials, and I think we can all relate to this one. The phrase, I deserve this, was invented by millennials. It is a phrase invented by them. It is a phrase that they live by. Millennials seem to have this weird idea that they think they deserve something. And all generations have their own problems and their own weird quirks and all this type of shit and the things they've gotten wrong during their time on this earth in power. But this idea will get you fucking nowhere. You don't deserve shit, all right? You have to work for things. Things don't just appear out of nowhere. You must work hard for things in this world. Otherwise, you just will not receive anything. Oh, I deserve love. I deserve fame. No, bitch. You don't deserve a fucking thing. You deserve a fucking headbutt, alright, motherfucker? They blame everyone else but themselves for their own downfall. Why am I not getting this amount of money? Oh, it's sexism. Why didn't I get this job? Oh, it's because I'm this, or I'm that, or I'm gay, or I'm straight. Or... Stop blaming other people and accept that things happen because of you. And the only way you're going to get through these things, and the reason I'm saying this is more to try and help people than anything else. If you stay in the same mindset that everything that is negative that happens towards you is other people's fault, then you will never move past that. And you will always be on the back foot in life. At some point, you need to accept responsibility for what's going on, and then once you do that, you can move forward and get shit done. Shut the fuck up, get on with your problems, and get on with life. Alright, you fucking millennials? Make me sick. And also, you're not an entrepreneur, you're a fuckwit. Alright? Bill Gates, he was an entrepreneur. Alright? Steve Jobs, entrepreneur. You and your soy candle business on a Sunday at the fucking markets, not a fucking entrepreneur! Every generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than the one that went before and wiser than the one comes after that. George Orwell, he said that. And thinking that everyone else is wrong but you is a fucking stupid way to live your life. Take other pieces of information and try and make yourself a better person. But also, there are some things that millennials have to deal with that are bullshit. For example, house prices are fucking hilarious. In 1955, for you baby boomers, when you went and bought a house, it cost you a fucking carton of eggs and $2.50, alright? Now, when we have to go buy a house, it costs you 3 kidneys, $500,000 for the deposit, and you have to cut your own cock off just to get through the front door. So fuck you baby boomers to the moon. And Generation X, you can suck a dick. How about we all get fucked? Ladies and gentlemen, be a good motherfucker. Peace in the Middle East, me dick sticks. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, leave it a like and subscribe as well. Toodaloo, au revoir. Oh my god, my knees. Fuck, I'm getting too old for this shit. Also, check out my Patreon account. And there's merch. New merch on the merch store. Bye!
That was awesome.
Yeah.
You can't paint your house green. That offends me.
So I'd just like to point out at this point in time that every single comedy ongoing type routine, be it the two Ronnies, Married with Children, which were both mentioned in the side chat, had some type of innuendos and or jokes that someone could possibly take offensive. That was quite often the crux of the jokes.
Agreed.
You know,
It was the whole point of half the humour.
Yep. And you know, Seinfeld was very dry humour at the best of times. You know, you really had to look into the joke to actually get it. And Paul Hogan, the Paul Hogan show. Yeah, good on you, Scott.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, it was funny. Yes, it was somewhat. Quite often, it was riding on the cusp of being inappropriate, but that was just a part of it.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Sorry to interrupt. The only reason I joined is I wanted to let everybody know that I have had a bacon sandwich today and the world is back to rights. Thank you very much.
Yay.
Goodbye.
Yay!
You can put your hand down there.
I'm offended you ate a bacon sandwich. That
I had one
deserved
too.
alive. I'm offended.
Bloody millennials. Love is like a butterfly.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I had a crush on
Yeah,
her.
it always seems to get overlooked though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was excellent.
Yeah.
I loved it.
I loved that show. That was brilliant.
Kingswood Country.
You're so stupid.
It's just a bit. I don't know.
Peter.
Hello.
I see that. I see that you're in the same channel.
I'm bringing it in. It's all right.
Yeah, you have to.
Oh, just give me a moment, Terry. You got to see this. Oh. Oh, come on, open, you horrible piece of computer technology. Okay, so this is the thought for the day.
Sounds like hard work.
Yeah, everyone's special, all right?
Who said no one can't change the word? Never ate another cooked
Oh.
Oh my god, that is terrible.
Wow.
Okay, I'll say it. Way too soon.
I'm offended by that sign.
So am I.
That's
I
funny.
don't understand the words, but I'm offended by the sign.
Someone read it for me.
Oh dear.
Let me go and get my friend that agrees with me.
Let me know to open.
No, they're online. Hold on, I'll send them a message.
Oh dear. It's so inappropriate.
I love your sense of humour, Peter.
It's not mine. I'll be honest, I stole it.
That's still fun.
However, for anyone that wants it, I'm about to post it in Terry's Discord server.
How long should you cook a bat for then, anyway?
Never.
At least until its wings stop flapping.
Oh.
Oh, the real Don Sick missed it.
It's in Terry's Discord server, the real non-sick. Just go and check it out there. Knowing my luck, if I put it up again, Terry will get
Felicity
hit.
Kendall.
Yeah. You've been removed because it was offensive.
Say that word, Alan.
I said Felicity Kendall. Yes.
Oh, say it again.
Oh.
Oh, she was gorgeous. She was.
Inappropriate, be accurate.
Oh, curb your enthusiasm.
She still is.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I've got that as an available ringtone on my phone.
What, inappropriate?
No, the Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh.
I don't think I've seen that. Doesn't ring a bell.
There you go. I can have that's not my ringtone, but I can have that as my ringtone.
Oh my goodness.
I'm glad you only play.
What show are we talking about?
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah, that would offend them a lot.
Oh, I've got a much better theme tune though. Let's see who recognises this one.
Just try and keep it under 5 seconds.
Well, you only need 2.
Rhubarb and custard.
Well
Yeah.
done.
Down.
Now.
Yeah, careful.
That was
I've got the
brilliant,
beanies. I've still got the beanies.
Have you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that still being shown?
No, I got them about 10 years ago.
My kids loved that.
I've also got a bag puss, but there you go.
Bagpuss.
I used to have Bagpuss. That's not on here now. God, I've got some rubbish on here.
That's true, Irish Stew.
Is the Hangover okay to play instead of the wife one?
Yeah.
I'll play the wife one on Wednesday.
You find all these little sound bites and you think, oh, I'll transfer them onto the phone. They'll make good ringtones.
Yeah, the Hangover's a good one.
Yeah, I'll leave the wife one till Wednesday. Or Tuesday. No, Wednesday, that's right.
I reckon you should play the Easter Bunny one. Pip's done.
A certain party gets a shout out in the Hangover. Just to let you know. What did you say, Matt? Sorry.
I reckon your Easter Bunny one.
Oh, no. Maybe next year when it's all over.
Yeah, probably.
It's a Cosby Show offensive in hindsight.
Professor Bell said, you know, you're old when an orientation day you want to join the debate club and all the other potential members are writing date of birth year as 2002.
2002.
Oh my God.
You know you're old when you're doing something online and you have to put in your date of birth. And when it gets to the year, you have to scroll down to find the right year.
Yes.
Yes.
Scrolling. Keep that doggy scrolling.
Oh, come on. It's not that bloody far down, is it? Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's like Christ, that was a long time ago. Oh, my God.
So it's funny how far they go back there. It's like, who's 150 years old? You know, like, does it really need to start?
Yeah.
Does it really need to start in the 1800s?
Yeah, somebody could be that old.
What?
Not on
150.
YouTube, they won't be. And they certainly won't be offended.
Yeah. But
there's an awful lot more people living to well past 100 these days than there were.
True.
Even I mean, both my grandmothers lived into their hundreds, and you know, and they lived through some very interesting times.
I won't be the first 250.
Alan, I disagree, and I've got a citation. My dad only lived till 70.
I want to be well back of the infinitely prolonged, so that I can insult the entire universe individually and alphabetically.
Well, actually, I want to live 200. I want to live 200 years so I can play a part in Fallout 4.
You definitely have to be wearing your suit, though, Matt.
I reckon so. Yes.
Yeah, damn arthritis, can't move my legs. Get in my suit. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Anybody ready for a story?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I wasn't asking you. I was asking the peanuts.
Oh.
Ah.
I'll cry if they all say no.
Why don't you type it to them then?
Type it to them.
Sometimes it's easier just to say.
Yeah, I don't have to type it.
There's a delay.
Ah.
Yeah, story
I wasn't
time,
talking
please.
to you, Casual.
Oh, bloody hell. It's a bit harsh.
He's trying to pretend he's
For story time, let me say goodnight. I really got to get to bed.
Okay.
It's a bedtime story, Rocket Scientist.
You can listen to
It's
the
a
story
bedtime
in
story.
bed.
Fine. So be it.
Okie dokie. Thanks for coming, Rocket.
No, I'll wait for the
Yeah,
story.
Rocket.
Are you going to wait for the story now?
It's a bedtime story. I have to listen to
A
it.
bedtime story.
Can't argue with that logic.
Yeah, exactly.
Thought you liked that, Globy.
Casual's trying to pretend he's a peanut and he's in the panel. You can't do that, Casual.
Oh. I need to refer to rule 1.
Okay. Oh, he's having mic problems. Okay.
The Ladybird Book of The Hangover. Sometimes when we drink too much, we get a hangover. There's no cure for the hangover, but it can be treated with a cup of strong coffee and a couple of fried breakfasts. A good hangover should be a total mystery to you. How did this happen? Why do you feel so ill? Pretend to yourself that you drank less than you did. Insist you stuck to beer, forgetting the champagne at the start of the evening and the round of jalapeno tequilas you did for a bet in that club next to the dual carriageway at 2 a.m. Some hangover symptoms are caused by impurities which enter the body along with the alcohol. These impurities can include methanol, acetone, acetaldehyde, oh my goodness, what word, esters, tannins, grab bags of Wotsits, railway grade pastries, and KFC Zinger Tower burgers.
Oh yeah.
What a confusing world it can seem with a hangover. Sit as still as you can. Do not attempt to make any decisions. Look out of the window. Can you recognise simple shapes or colours? Is there a moon or a sun in the sky? What sort of name might you have? Where might there be bacon? Consuming alcohol lowers the body's reserves of vital elements such as iron, potassium, water, and bacon. Every unit of alcohol kills the equivalent of 2 inches of bacon, which must be replaced the next morning. All hail the bacon god. Prepare a hangover first aid kit of a banana and a pint of water to put by your bedside before going out for an evening's drinking. When you wake fully dressed the next morning, you can look at the untouched glass and the uneaten banana and wonder who left them there and why. Peggy is trying the hair of the dog to get rid of her hangover. She was drinking gin last night, so a sip from the gin bottle will help put her body back in balance. Peggy does not know where the recorder came from. She does remember stealing a busker's hat for her cab fare home. Maybe that explains it. Len's mouth feels like he fell asleep tongue first on an antique bear pelt. His heart is galloping, his hair aches, and he worries that there's sweat building up underneath his fingernails. Len has come outside for some fresh air, but now remembers he's scared of fresh air today. Maybe the policeman can help. "Can I get you a drink, Len?" asked the policeman. Michael is bored. Mummy has not moved since she put the DVD on. The menu screen's been going round and round for 2 hours. Mummy forgot to press play. Michael should not have woken her mummy up so early. Friday night works drinks went on longer than expected. Ron has a head like a smelting works full of howler monkeys on ephedrine. Ron is glad Saturday mornings require little more than the vocabulary, reasoning and motor skills of a 7-year-old. Ron is happy on the floor. Later, he will try to buy a bulb of garlic at a self-service checkout and will burst into tears. The morning after the party, Emmerich is woken by a stray cat licking his face. He has slept under a hedge and cannot remember a thing. Emmerich uses street signs and clues from his clothing to piece together where he lives and what he does for a living. Emmerich hopes it was a fancy dress party. If these are his work clothes, no wonder he needed to drink. The morning after a wedding, everybody feels a little the worse for wear. It can seem like there are no grown-ups left in charge. What will happen? Who will help us? Is this the end? What if the earth crashes into the sun? Do not panic. Soon the hangover will be over and you can all celebrate with a nice drink. Going to work with a hangover might seem impossible, but it is important that you do not lose your job, even if that was the reason you got drunk. Try to turn up at the usual time. Say hello to everyone, then have a little nap somewhere quiet, such as the roof. What's the worst that could happen? Hector knows the best way to avoid a hangover is to remember how bad he felt the last time he drank too much wine. Sadly, after the first glass of wine, Hector remembers feeling quite good. And the next glass makes him feel even better. "I feel invincible," roars Hector. Try not to drive or operate heavy machinery with a hangover. Last night, Bernie and his crew celebrated winning the Works Canteen quiz. Now they're going to have to build this part of the hospital again. Susan woke up next to a full glass of wine. She left it by the bedside in case she became thirsty in the night. Now Susan does not know whose flat it was or where the nearest station might be. At least she's dressed properly in case there's another party on the walk home. This cat is judging you. Get off the floor and put some underwear on. If you are drinking something unfamiliar, be prepared for it to affect you in unexpected ways. The Distillation Acts of the 17th century introduced gin to many British towns for the first time. This is Canterbury. Tony took £150 out from the cash machine after work. He woke up drenched in sweat, with loose change all over his bed. Tony hopes the many, many coins will be enough to go and buy an important breakfast. Tony has 72 pence. Most shops offer refunds for purchases if you discover you made while drunk, as long as you kept the packaging and receipt. For younger people, a hangover symptoms are mainly physical. The body is listless, the head is sore, they crave food for no reason and spend a long time in the toilet. For older people, this is perfectly normal, so for them, a hangover is more spiritual. The morning after consuming alcohol, you may find you're more sensitive to noise. Some people can actually see sounds. It's almost as if drinking gives you superpowers. While the effects wear off, remember, you do not have to get out of the way of birdsong or duck when someone calls your name. There are lots of ways to avoid a hangover. Try vomiting regularly into a bag. Put a brick on the bag and keep vomiting in the bag until the bag is full enough to tip over. Or set yourself limits. Try drinking only what you can get into your body without touching the container. This is also a good way of turning drinking from a chore into a game. Winston Churchill was Prime Minister of Britain from 1940 to 1945 and again from 1951 to 1955. He was First Lord of the Admiralty in the Great War, won the Nobel Prize in Literature, and led the Allies to defeat Nazi Germany in the Second World War. He had a persistent nagging hangover from 1892 to 1965 when he died. He never surrendered.
True. Yeah.
True. Yeah.
Up your bum.
The end.
Oh dear, yeah, just watch Darkest Hour.
Do. Is my microphone better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what did you do?
You're not
Sometimes.
sitting on it now.
Did you fix it?
Yeah,
No,
Churchill was a pisshead.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yeah.
If
I mean,
I didn't,
He liked his.
Well,
I was just going to say, if I didn't know any better casual, I'd say you plugged the wrong ones in the wrong holes.
Well, my son was using my computer last night, and he used his own headphones, so I think he might have unplugged the wrong thing and plugged it back in the wrong thing, etc. It's thrown everything out, so because it wasn't recognising my microphone at all. So,
Yeah, casual.
yeah.
Your microphone's wrong again.
No, it's not.
Sounds good.
You're wrong.
No, you are.
No, you
I
are.
find that
No,
offensive.
you are.
See that wrong thing over there? That's you, that is.
Yeah,
That's
but
you, that is.
but
Yeah, but no, but
yeah, but
no, but.
All right. Separate you two.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're wrong too, Peter.
I know. I wish
I
I,
know,
could just
Wayne,
grab.
though.
I wish I could just grab their square icon avatar and just move it over the screen a bit further away from each other.
Yeah, they're too close together.
Yeah, get away from me, Terry.
Well, according to
just
my screen,
bang-
Mad B's down there. I'm up here.
No,
I'm
you
Bang
up
them
here.
together.
you're
Bang,
right
bang
next to each
their
other.
icons together.
Have a look on
And you're a
YouTube,
completely
casual.
different page.
Yeah, you're completely there.
Oh
right.
yeah, so what you mean with? Oh God, do I have to be that close to him? Really?
Yeah, it's me. I'm offended by you.
You offend my you offend my nostrils. You smell.
Your offense offends me.
Offends me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop being offended because it offends me.
Yeah. You're
Can I
offended.
just say that I'm not offended?
Well, that offended me too.
We are
I'm
not
confused now.
amused.
It's
I'm confused
perfectly
now.
okay to be offended. There's
Yeah.
no law against it. You're perfectly fine if you're offended.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
offended.
Don't whine about it to anybody.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
be offended now because you said I don't tell me what to do.
Yeah. Oh, you offend me because you're telling me what to do.
Yeah.
I'm offended.
I know. I'm saying that it's perfectly fine for you to be offended. Just stop fucking whining about it.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
but just
gonna
you can't tell me I'm offended. I find that offensive. You telling me that?
listen. We've all look
Oh,
freedom
my
of
God.
speech. Freedom of
Blood-
speech.
Bloody
Only
snowflake.
if you agree with me.
It's okay.
Your
it's
opinion
okay.
now offends me.
I'm the same generation as you. Don't forget, Farmer's Boy. I'm a Gen X like you. So
Yeah.
I'm offended you're a Gen
before you
X.
go.
no, you're a boomer. So you can shut up. It's all your fault.
Oh,
It's all my fault.
that
What, it's
offends
a
me.
nuclear submarine that launches missiles? Blimey.
All right then.
Teddy, it was just display one avatar. Maybe Pips?
Yeah.
Yeah.
just Pips. No one
I've
else.
been
That's
offended
a pretty small
enough for
lot.
the day. I'm all offended out.
So I'll tell you a secret, John. That's the only one I've got on my screen.
Casual's got Peter's icon on his.
Oh, no.
No, I don't.
Does that make you happy, John?
I'm offended. I'm offended again.
That's only
tit in a
sheeple.
tree.
What?
So who are you white knighting for then, Peter?
I'm a tree. I'm a tree bird.
For many
Is
people.
that a secret?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For many
Yeah,
people.
we don't need any white knights. We've got enough of them buggers already.
Yeah, there's quite a few around.
I'm offended you're a white knight.
But
Oh, he has to be white, doesn't it? I'm offended.
It is funny though, because the sillier they get in the chat, then in the side chat, the more and more the other morons are applauding them louder and louder. Oh yeah, you got them now. Yeah, you've beaten them. Yeah, and it's like, are you listening to the same conversation?
No.
No.
So considering one of your last conversations that you had on Jose's farmers, I might have a text document that you may want to borrow at some stage.
Would this be the one about gravity again?
Oh no, this one's because I'm that type of person. This one might be the true history of Aristarchus.
It's not Aristarchus, is it?
Drink. Sorry, have it.
Yeah. So at some stage I'll
It's the creator of all creators.
I'll DM that to you.
Yeah, DM it to me, mate. I'd be interested to see that because. But what you've got to bear in mind is the individual we're on about. He has taken information from all over the place, and then basically what he's done is he's stuck it in a blender. So what comes out the other side bears no resemblance to what it originally was.
Funny enough,
to fit his own peculiar outlook on life, shall we say?
Well, funny enough, I did exactly the same thing. However, I made sure I made I made sentences and I put commas. And then I put those sentences into these other funny things that made like paragraph things.
Oh, yeah, they're quite useful, yes.
And put a few full stops in there as well, just so that you could take a breath.
I read it.
Because you know he doesn't do any of that.
Not bad, Peter. It's not bad. I read it.
Sure,
but it's the creator of all creators, and the moon's a reflection.
And you'll be happy to know I actually put in Aristarchus, the Tree of Life.
Yes, I have it right here.
I actually typed that in. So
I have it right here. It's fantastic.
Oh no, it's bigger now, sheeple.
Oh, it's bigger now.
It's bigger.
Oh, you're holding back on me. I'm offended.
No, it's coming. It's 3 pages of information now.
Oh, that amount offends me. You're not gonna read it.
Well, it goes all the way back into the 3rd century.
You know, I deserve someone to read it for me.
I can't read, so don't ask me. Geez, I can barely write and make it coherent.
That offends me.
I just thought, well, if you had something like this, you could turn around to a certain individual that we're talking about and go and read this document. Come back when you've finished it and tell us how wrong you were.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
No, you won't read it.
That individual. Who might that be then? Yeah, no, it was another insight into it all. I found it interesting. About the blue glow and everything from the blue glow. It was very interesting. Yeah.
What was that? Yes. And then when he was asked for a citation for this blue glow, he gave some woo-woo page that was totally nothing to do with what he was talking about.
It was crazy, but at the bottom it had Aldrin on it. Aldrin quoting a piece, but it just says Aldrin and then it's the perfect sentence. It's like there's no real way to judge that this was actually said by Buzz Aldrin, but it's just got his name next to it.
Yeah, funny that.
You know what I mean? But it did say that the observations of the glow had been made from the ground.
Well, I
Which
did
is the
read
tree
it.
of Aristarchus. But no, I'm just kidding.
I did read a quote once that stated something along the lines of 95% of all the information you find on Google is inaccurate. Albert Einstein 2020.
As long as it was January, all right. As long as it was January, we're good. We're good.
That's funny. That is.
Yeah, I saw some. I saw a similar quote about how you can't trust everything that you find on the internet. Abraham Lincoln.
Well, it must be true then, because they're both pretty prominent names.
Yeah,
must be true.
Exactly right. Exactly.
Maybe we should use those quotes for Pete. See what he has to say.
That'd be a great. That would be a great bloody T-shirt.
Yeah, it would actually.
That'd be a bloody good T-shirt.
Merch
store. Can you say Teespring?
That can go to Teesprings for you, Terry.
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 Yeah.
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 Do the Terry T range. Ooh, we got something here, people. Let's not let the ideas out. That would offend me.
As long as if Terry doesn't start doing a Terry G range, I'll be fine.
Jeez. Oh, the
I'm
humanity.
offended by that bird.
All right, everybody, I gotta run. Thanks for the hang.
Yeah, we're out of here.
Oh, it was a good time.
Rocket.
Thank you, Terry.
Thanks. Night, Rocket. Thank
Have a
you.
good day at work.
Okay.
Thank you, Rocket Science.
What bird offends you?
Scientist.
Sit in the tree.
Look, the bird's just having a cuppa, all right? Like, what's wrong with it?
I'm offended because it's not coffee. It's tea.
How do you know what's in there?
Because it's got a saucer.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of wild tit.
That's not a tit, that's a finch.
Or is it a sparrow?
That's a finch.
All right.
Yes, a finch. Sparrows drink coffee.
It's got that.
I've had a saucer with a coffee.
It's got the stripes on its head. It's a bullfinch.
Yeah, and it's got that Darwinian defined finch-shaped beak, hasn't it?
Yes, so do sparrows.
It's beautiful. It just comes along my path, and I just think, yep, that's going to go on Terry's show.
I want one.
I like its suit.
Yeah.
That's pretty
It's
cool.
lovely.
Very dapper.
Try and put my parrot in one of those.
Now,
I mean, that's such a more practical bird, isn't it? You know, you throw something to the bird, it catches it, throws it back. You know? No, I think it's fantastic. Very well done.
That night loon.
With a teeny panel.
She's gone too. Andrea's gone.
Oh, no.
Night,
Yeah, we're all going.
Night, Loon. Thanks for
I have
coming.
to get to the chemist shortly.
Well,
with
thanks,
doses.
Alan. Thanks, Pip. Thanks, Peter. Farmer. Blue's asleep again. The Sheepy and Mad.
Yeah.
And Fred and Andrea, John Rapp, Lunzag, Rocket Scientist gone, Arthur, Marty Moose, Real Non-Sec.
Boobies next time.
Andrea, you have to come in. You're right.
Yeah, Fred Knotts has asked me, how do I know? Because it's a cup of saucer. You have tea with a cup of saucer. You have a mug with coffee.
Arthur, which is a new recruit over on Discord.
I've had both.
John Stock.
Oh, you're disgusting. You offend me.
Casual had to drop again by the look of it.
Oh, yeah. Tea, coffee, cup of soup, they all go in the same.
They never just
Coffee
give you a
outside.
coffee mug at a cafe.
Say goodnight, Peanut.
Always.
Night, Peanuts.
Peanuts.
Come over to Discord.
Thanks for coming.
Discord for coffee and cake. You've got to bring your own coffee and cake, though.
Yeah.
But we
Saucer's
do have
not
a
allowed.
Discord.
Yeah.